purpose of in the stem and adaptive stems together, supporting the body to
Dr. Mara, how will I feel after taking an adaptive stem and in the stem?
doing the stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptive stem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptive stem and immune stem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protect against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. Know it can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill in straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of time. I Waggett on the Planet, Station, codenamed Adam Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggett Jr. Join them at iWaggett.com. That's iWaggett.com. Execution of 11 p.m. But he's trying to convince us he's gone insane. Therefore, answers the whole thing next day. Edward, some person who I'm a teacher. No control. And welcome back to Coast. George Roy with you, along with Eldon Taylor. His latest book is called Questioning Spirituality, His Irrational Belief in a Higher Power. Eldon, you were talking about science and its ability to try to determine about the spirituality. What are your thoughts?
Okay, well, what I wanted to say before we got up the air was I am not anti-science. Science is obviously very important. But what happens, I think, when you get this separation of church and state, is that, church was removed, prayer was removed, and reference to God removed, and in that process, educational systems became more and more secular. And as they became more secular, well, then some of those more vocal, agnostic atheists began to make fun of religion, the 7,000-year-old earth. The ideas that I discussed in the first bit, where the definitions actually contradict themselves. Stories in the Bible, like Job, and you try to justify how a good God could do something like that, okay? And so what happens is dogma. That's what I see it as, dogma from religion. It's conflated, and it's conflated as it represents a belief, a religion, a higher power, a spirituality. The whole point of the book was to show that it is rational to believe in a higher power. Not only is it rational, using logic and reason, the tools of science, but it's more rational to believe than not to believe. That indeed, these easy shots, Sigmund Freud, religion is a sugar-coated neurotic crutch. The philosophy John Wisdom. Doesn't it make you feel good? It's kind of like having daddy at the end of the hall. You have a nightmare, it's the middle of the night, and you know daddy can come in and save you. Or Anthony Flew. His parable of the invisible gardener. You know, we come upon a garden, and it's in the middle of the jungle, and the corn grows in a row, and the peas grow in a row, and the lettuce grows in a row, etc., etc. Well, you conclude there's a gardener, the story of creation, how intelligence evolved, and how perfectly everything exists just so that we can exist. But you lay in wait, and that invisible gardener never comes. You put an electric sensor in, you put in guards on. These kinds of arguments are the arguments that are typically used by the atheist agnostic community. And then, if you point at all to some of the benefits that, and all sorts of studies have been run that show if you have a spiritual inclination, if you live a spiritual life, you will live longer, you will be healthier and happier. You will be happier, yeah, because you're healthier. Be monogamous. You're more inclined to be honest, empathetic, generous, the kind of people we'd all like to be our neighbors, okay? And the studies go on in this area. I mean, in fact, you can get into some of the silly studies that have been conducted. You're less likely to eat junk food, okay? But here's the bottom line. There are two forms of reason in strict logic. One form of reason is theoretical. The other form of reason is rational. It's practical. So I look at theoretical reasoning, and I use theoretical reasoning for, designing a trip to the moon, for coming upon a theory like the Big Bang theory. So I use practical reasoning every single day for things like what to do. I get up in the morning, and, I'm not feeling my best. I wonder if I should see the doctor. Yeah, I've got to make an appointment. That'll be a hassle. Yeah, but, if I don't see the doctor, it might get worse. So you make a decision. And we do that every day. We make practical decisions every single day. Now, the minute you take all these arguments in science, which is what I did in the book, like, okay, you want to say consciousness is emergent consciousness? Well, now, wait a minute. Mathematicians talk about emergence. Let's talk about it as though you're a mathematician. That's where the term comes from. Math and physics. There's strong emergence, there's weak emergence. Weak emergence, okay, it's going to be a traffic pattern, it's water, it's breathing the ice, it's breathing the vapor, okay, it's emergence, alright? Strong emergence requires that the sum of the parts are far less than the whole. If you take all the parts, and you can't make them equal the whole. Now, strong emergence, which is what you have to have for consciousness, arguably doesn't exist. Mathematicians are a disagreement on that. In other words, it's an inference. To make the jump and say consciousness is emergent, it's to model it from what we don't know yet exists in any other form in a strong emergent pattern.
Do you see a difference, though, Eldon, between religion and spirituality, or is it one of the same?
No, I do see a difference. There's a great place for religion. I'm not anti-religion. And on the other hand, I think, that religion hurts itself. Martin Luther said, and I quote, "Whoever wants to be a Christian should tear the eye out of reason." Okay, now wait a minute.
What does that mean?
Huh? In other words, reason opposes the truth. Reason opposes faith. Reason is evil. It's an enemy of the truth. Now, to me, that's just nonsense, and it belongs back in the days when,
I thought that you could go on.
Galileo was looking up at a microscope or a telescope and asking others to look into the telescope, and they would not believe what they saw. They thought he painted something on the end of the telescope, or they just refused to look, or they look and they say, "No, I don't see anything there." A statement like Martin Luther alienates so many people. Christian Fadiman once said, Christian Fadiman, he was the editor of the Encyclopedia Britannica, he's saying God takes man with the ability to think. Now, he was saying that tongue in cheek. But if you stop and you look at the world, and you look at mankind, what sets us apart from the rest of the animal world, from the rest of all life on this planet? It is our ability to think and reason. Run with a tree. I certainly can't swing through trees with a bathroom. I'm not as strong or as big as many animals. It's really tough for me to live the way they live, naked out in the nature.
Or if you see some animals out there, you shot.
So it is my reasoning ability that sets me apart. I'll say, and religions all say we're created in the image of God. Well, we're created in the image of God, and we're supposed to have dominion over the animals and so forth. It is our reasoning ability that is what makes us different. To say not to use reason is insane. Religions alienate themselves with that kind of darkness. So, there is a separation. I'm an interdenominational minister, actually a chaplain. And sometimes people ask me, what's interdenominational mean? And it simply means if you believe there's a higher power, and that higher power gives or extends itself to you in a way that makes you a better human being, better for yourself, for all those around you, then I totally support what it is that you do and what it is that you believe. But spirituality is what I'm talking about. You don't have to belong to an organized religion. On the other hand, there are lots of rituals in organized religion, like marriages and baptism, funerals. There's a purpose. They have a rite of passage to them. They also involve you in a larger group. But one of the things I started to say in our first conversation was you will hear often from atheists receiving studies that show how much better spiritual people live in terms of longevity and overall wellness, blood pressure, depression, da-da-da-da-da. But say, well, it's because they're doing spiritual practices. They bring some incense, they light a candle, they meditate, and we can all do that eventually. We can do the same thing. And I mean, it's a huge resource. When I sit on a sofa, watch a little television with my wife, we may hold hands. Holding hands feels good. We know that if you're in the hospital in pain and your loved one sits down and takes your hand and holds your hand, the pain level diminishes.
There's a comfort.
That's right. That's it. Okay, that spiritual person may light a candle, may burn some incense, may take a supine position, close their eyes, and meditate. Alright? The spiritual person is doing what? They're holding the hands of the higher power. That's where they're going. That's what they're doing. And what is this atheist that says he can do the same thing doing? Contemplating what? What are you going to do when he gets out of the chair? The next book is going to rise. The class they're going to teach for the next hour. The car they're going to buy. It's quite different. You understand what I'm saying? Is the atheist empty? In many regards, I would say so. Obviously, Christopher Hitchens, the late Christopher Hitchens, a brilliant mind, who also recognized the value of spiritual practices and never tried to dilute it just in the way that many do, the way that I just said, like as an atheist you could do that. He was about atheist, and he went atheist right to the last minute, comfortable that he was in a good position. I can't get into his mind. I can't get into his heart. Did he feel lonely? Did he feel if he was surrounded by friends? Probably not. Would he have lived longer? Well, the data is on a group basis. I don't know if he would have or he wouldn't have. So, the bottom line is, I can't really say that an atheist or an agnostic is less, likely to be a good person. Michael Shermer, who I've interviewed more than once, not a bad guy. Not a bad guy. Not a bad guy at all. I've heard Michael call himself an atheist dozens of times. But when I talk to him, he doesn't go that far. He's an agnostic. And the reason for that is, of course, an atheist position is illogical, completely. And he's a smart man. He recognizes that to say there is no such thing and be unable to prove it is exactly the same as to say there is such a thing and not be able to prove that. So it's kind of hard to, go. My mother used to say, don't throw stones at glass houses. Mom was right. Yeah. And so, but Michael was very religious at one time. You probably know that. He was evangelical, actual missionary. And then he said he may have been too far on the other side. Yeah, he's so paranormal experience, and he's not quite reconciled that. But he's the kind of guy, he didn't my neighbor any time. He's a good person, a good human being. So I wouldn't say that atheists and agnostics are bad people. I just think that some of them seem to become zealous. Do you want to be around them to convert everyone into their way of thinking as though they know it? And if you don't, you're just not very smart. That form of elitism, Richard Dawkins comes to my mind, just annoys me to no end. Do you not want to be around an atheist? Do I not? But no, I judge people based on who they are. I think there are atheists. I'm going to back up here. We're coming up to a break. Let's talk about it when we come back. Michael says he's an atheist all over the board. He's listening to a podcast. He says he's an atheist. Michael is a person. Yeah, he is. We're going to be back, Eldon. We'll chat more and take calls with you. Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
win $100 instantly just by opening your envelope. Head to your mailbox to learn more today. No purchase necessary. Void for prohibited speech, especially marked Downpack envelopes or downpack.com for details.
You probably already know that is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand at German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit rosettastone.com today to purchase one and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome, constipation, or IBS-C by treating it with ROTHSCHILD. Then you can start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about ROTHSCHILD when exercise. And ROTHSCHILD is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. This treatment helps you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, comfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Rosetta to children less than 2. They may harm them. Do not take Rosetta if you have a bowel blockage. Hearing these causes you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stool. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Rosetta and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine what you relieve from IBS for you. Talk to your doctor and say yes to ROTHSCHILD. Learn more at ROTHSCHILD.com or call 1-800-LIN-DESF.
AM 640.
AM
640. More stimulating talk. What the hell is going on? Well, we're about to tell you. You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Murder on the web. Amazing thing from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LAPD is posting photos of those who've been murdered in Los Angeles.
The photos are on a special page inside the department's website, lapd.online.
It's our hope that with the homicide webpage that is posted, is to draw additional attention to the loss of life, but also to help and invite the public to bring additional information that allows us to solve these terrible crimes.
Before says detectives are working with the families of those killed to provide personal photos and information. The site not only highlights homicide cases, but also updates each case if there's been an arrest. Moore says last year, 3 out of 4 homicides were solved. Correctly, KFI News.
3 managers for a senior living center in LA pleaded not guilty to charges stemming from the COVID-19 deaths of a nurse and 13 people. The LA County DA's office says the employees were charged with 13 felony counts of elder endangerment last month. LA County DA George Gascon says the center didn't follow protocols and admitted a patient from New York who tested positive for COVID the day after arriving at the facility. He says that caused the deadly outbreak at the center in 2020. Mother Nature proved to be too much for a little eaglet. Here in SoCal, many of us watch the Eagle Cam and live there every year to see the eaglets that are hatched. People in Minnesota do the same thing. The Minnesota Department of Natural Resources also has an Eagle Cam, but watchers were broken over the weekend when the nature live stream captured the moment when strong winds from a severe storm whipped an eagle's nest out of the tree and killed the newly hatched eaglet. State officials said the nest probably fell because the recent heavy snow just became too much for the branch to handle. Jennifer Jones Lee, KFI News. Roads are closed around Indio. They're ready for Coachella and Stagecoach. Officials say roads will close the last 3 weekends of April. Officials say the road closures are necessary to protect workers, residents, and commuters. More than 125,000 people expected a day to be in the area during the festivals. Coachella is Friday to Sunday, April 14th through 16th, and again April 21st to 23rd. Stagecoach is the next weekend, April 28th through 30th. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and warmer tomorrow, highs in the mid-60s for the beaches, low 70s for Metro LA and Inland Beach. 60s to about 70 for the valleys and IE, 50s in Antelope Valley. Sunny with highs in the 60s to mid-70s Thursday, a little cooler Friday, then warming back up into the weekend with highs in the 70s to about 80 by Easter Sunday. It's 51 in Diamond Bar, 54 in Newport Beach, 41 in Palmdale, 56 in Hollywood. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In Montebello, there is a work zone 16 southbound from Finley to Rosemead Boulevard. 3 right lanes get shut down for road work until 6. Lakeview Terrace, we have good news. Earlier crash off the 210 westbound right before Wheatland has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering from Laguna Canyon. In Grand Terrace, there is a work zone 215 northbound from Washington to the 10. 3 ratings that be shut down for road work. KFI in the sky. Don't get you there faster. I'm right there. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we know the importance of giving our clients more. More experience, more results, more than 800 lawyers ready to fight for you. Need more reasons? We've recovered more than $16 billion and have more offices nationwide. But don't just our word for it. Check out any of our more than 28,000 five-star Google reviews from our clients. So, if you've been injured at work or in a car accident, remember, you deserve more. And we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight to get you just that, more. Don't wait. Dial pound law or visit borderpeople.com for an office near you. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community and picked by us. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. For the people. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no. He's been stolen. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Easy to protect. So right before the important meeting, I get a text from the indicator that the restaurant lost power. And I'm like, are you kidding me? The indicator was like, don't worry. They got another restaurant to fill the whole order. And I was like, are you kidding me? But then he said, like, the How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life. Well, number one, the rule of Chicago is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price was right, it should be. Right, when you take a tactic that allows you to travel more, you're doing it for so much less money. Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome to the future, Dicker Six. All your trophy muscles are irrelevant. What are you talking about? For 46 years, the Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck on the market. But it's not just because it's got wrong. It's got money. It's the cutting-edge technology. Mobile generators, hybrid engines, and wireless charging. That's great, but I've got both. I'm the whole package. Humble, too. For truck month is going on now. Head to your Southern California Ford dealer for great offers on a Ford F-150 Drive. AM 640. To talk to George Nori, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nori. And our special guest tonight, Eldon Taylor. His book is called Questioning Spirituality. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. We'll be back with him to chat more and take your calls on Coast to Coast AM. When banks fail, when bonds are devalued, when the stock market is in turmoil, you'll be glad you own gold. You heard Charles Stockerson on news segment talking about gold at record highs again. Something you can hold physically in your safe, in your hands, at your house, and now you can hold it in a retirement. In fact, if you have an old IRA or 401k that's tied to a risky stock market, you can roll that over without spending an additional penny to a physical IRA and precious metals. And Birchgold can help own physical gold in a tax-sheltered account. We've known Birchgold for a long time. They've been on the program several times. Just simply text the word COACH to 9898 and get a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation to educate yourself on how to diversify in a highly volatile market. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers, and countless 5-star reviews, you can trust Birchgold to give you honest advice in protecting your savings. Simply text the word COACH to 989898. That's like the phone number, 989898, and find peace of mind in gold. Look, I'm not a doctor nor a health professional. Just a guy interested in health and what makes people healthy, or not. In the U.S., the model of prescribing more and more prescription drugs that cause more and more side effects that lead to even more prescription drugs is making us a nation. All we desire is just the opposite, to be healthier, not sicker. It's time for all of us to be more educated about the important roles proper nutrition and disease prevention play in making us a healthier society. I recommend that you visit the website criticalhealthnews.com. It is a wealth of information and marketing nutrition practices that have already changed many lives for the better. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, please check out the free health audios, videos, and articles at criticalhealthnews.com or call 1-855-949-RADIO. That's 1-855-949-7234. Hey, and welcome back to Coast. George Dory, Eldon Taylor with us. His book is called Questioning Spirituality. In your book, Eldon, what are some of the arguments you use to prove the existence of spirituality?
Well, the first thing I hit on when you say prove the existence of spirituality, I'm not going to take that position. What I did demonstrate clearly, is that it's not irrational to believe in a higher power. So if you have the objective of the book,
And there's nothing wrong with it.
or just to a religion or a particular spiritual belief. So I was very careful to stay out of that, but instead to demonstrate that this notion, that this religion is that spirituality is a sugar-coated erotic crutch, a superstition of some kind of mumbo-jumbo, a Santa Claus analogy for the left, right. Only, critical thinkers know better than this. I talked to so many PhDs who are in university, but because they're seeking tenor and or the peer pressure, they're what you call a closet theist. They're afraid to express their religion. That's one of the early readers, the beta reader of the book, a biologist, wrote me a letter endorsing the book, and he essentially said, I feel that I've been liberated, that I actually now can say to my colleagues that I believe and defend what I believe because I have the rational reason. So the book is really about this notion that you are intellectually inferior if you believe in spirituality, that you are superstitious, prolonged a couple of hundred years living in the past, that elite folks just know better. Disprove that is what the point of the book is. taking them apart. So, again, we get back to, all right, practical reasoning. If I use practical reasoning, theoretically, I would use it on an outcome-oriented basis. What's the best thing for me? Well, most of us would like to live long, happy lives, healthy. Well, if I'm going to make a decision based on that, then I really need to look at what the data says. And that data says clearly, I'm better off to be connected, to believe in spirituality, stuff, and if they're correct. Well, it's going to be the same thing I've got facing me if the atheist is correct, but I'm going to have a whole lot better life in the process. But okay, now you've got all this down on the plate. You've taken their arguments apart, which is exactly what I do. They're meat machine, they're emergent consciousness, this whole notion of genetic predispositions. And so once you've done that, if you put that on solid footing for what it really is, not the metaphors they like to use, and then you back away and you look at, now what evidence is there that there might be something else? Well, then you get into this area I call white crows after William James, the late William James. To me, it's something you cannot explain with science. I indicated in the beginning of the show that my early life experience, I had an experience that just changed the way I was thinking. I was, disgusted in religion, I walked away from it, I excommunicated, whatever language you want to use, and I was angry. And so I took my intellect, whatever that's worth, and decided I was going to attack religion. And for a while I did do that, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed debating with some of those young people that were, friends and formerly members of the church who liked ripping right at it. And again, out of doing so. I'm not saying that with any pride. I'm just saying that that's where I was. And then one day, I have an accident. The train runs over the car. Call it teleportation. I have no explanation for what happened. I was in a car. This is for real, over 100 miles an hour. It crushed the car. There was a woman in the car with me. She had her hand on my leg. She knows I was in the car when the train was hit by the car. The driver's side of the car wasn't 2 feet high. They had to cut her out of the car. Horses. I'm standing in the field, a couple of 100 yards away. 20, 30 minutes has passed. There's all kinds of emergency vehicles there, maybe even more, because they are just taking her from the car to the ambulance when I become aware. Was she alive? I become aware. And I'm, what happened? And I run to the ambulance, and they try to stop me, the police there, etc. Until they realize I'm the driver. So, this is a documented instance. I testified in the court about it because Connie, the woman that was with me, she was injured. Her family sued the railroad. They won. The train was doing over 100 miles an hour, pulling, like 90 cars or more with it. It's like 6 cars, okay? There's a line that couldn't give you any kind of a sufficient advance. And so, all of this is documented. I cannot tell you how it happened, why it happened, or any of that, George. I can tell you this happened. It did happen. It happened. Absolutely guaranteeing you, my friend, it happened. Let's take some calls for you. The line John in Lexington, Kentucky, get us started east of the Rockies. Hi, John. Hi, George. You're always living in the airways. God bless you. Thank you, sir. Elder, you are right. And my higher power is of my Lord God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel. And the thing is, I worship him in the spirit of prayer and supplication. And I was, back years ago, when I was working in the coal mine, I had no faith. And when that faith kicked in and I started reading the Word, which is me, the Word is not religion. The Word was with God, and the Word is God.
What kicked it into? What happened?
Well, what happened was I started reading that with Scripture, that King James, and went from started in Genesis and went all the way into the New Testament. And it just, oh my gosh, the faith, that's key. Faith in God. Don't look at things of the world. Look at things of God.
Interesting. Now, Eldon, like John, does it matter how you get there as long as you do?
No, it doesn't matter as long as you do. I mean, you asked me about, am I comfortable living with an atheist? It's the person. Many atheists live very spiritually. If John got there by reading the Bible,
And it worked for him?
yeah, that's wonderful. There is so much beauty in the sacred scriptures, whether the Bible, or the Upanishads, the Vedas, the Quran, on and on and on and on. It's easy to understand. I mean, if you sit down and read these books, you are uplifted, you are inspired, you are motivated. I'm not going to say one's better than the other because that's not who I am or what I do. The bottom line to me is if you believe in that higher power inspires you. If you're a better person as a result of that and you live to that higher purpose, what else can anyone ask?
Let's go next to Tom in Tewksbury, Massachusetts, on the wireless side line. Hey, Tom.
I'd like to say that those who believe in spirit guides, occults, and ghosts as a higher power are wrong because of what the Bible says in Deuteronomy chapter 18 and 21. A list of the wise is sufficient.
Paraphrase it for us.
Well, it says don't contact spirits, ghosts, or the occult.
What do you think of that, Elvis?
In a bad spot. You know that. I do not take the Bible as it is written as a literal word of God. I just simply do not, and I cannot, and do so without setting reasons aside. I have to subscribe to Martin Luther if I'm going to do that. The fact is, much of it is historical. The Old Testament is a record of Yahweh's intercourse with the Jewish people. I understand why the book of Leviticus might say that a woman who has menstruated is unclean and can't enter the temple together for 3 days, depending on. I understand that in the context of when this history was written and developed. Right? I cannot take it literally, and biblical scholars, for what it's worth, do not take it literally. Amy Levine is considered to be one of the most outstanding biblical scholars. I've interviewed her a couple. She's a wonderful human being. The Bible is full of very powerful teaching metaphors. And those metaphors are very uplifting and very inspiring, but much of it is metaphor. And it's also full of references you would not understand unless you are a mystic trained in the system. If you're looking at the Torah as a case in point, which is part of what the Old Testament is all about, well, then having some understanding of the Hebrew language, the sacred letter energy, and Kabbalah is necessary in order to really make sense out of a lot of that script. So I'm not going to take it literally. That's the best I can do for you, Tom. If something is quite easy, and it you should rethink the emotion that you're having and be less oriented or inclined to condemn. I'll hang it out there for you, George. That's all I got on.
First time caller, Reverend Flash, is with us in Plattsburgh, New York. Reverend, thank you for calling. Go ahead.
Hi, George and Evan. How you doing?
Good, Rev. Thanks.
It was great to hear you guys on this subject that George has been dealing with for years and years in the program on one sort or another. Everybody has a spiritual value book of the experience it. The universe took creatures in the flesh. When God we trust is the thing that the forefathers of this nation set up to. They were very spiritual men, not religious men. They still religious, but the freedom of being able to have a spiritual nature that govern this country and which was directed in the right direction, which we're losing faith now because people don't believe in God we trust anymore, is the fact that we can have power to live in us. We can direct things using the universe energy, which is our birthright. And when you do that, we're not fixers or codes or ants or something. We have it. We build buildings. We build incredible things and do amazing stuff with each other if we utilize that universe identity that we have. We're incredible. And so we do that, and that's only because we're part of the creative process that we designed it way, Christ taught that way. But most religions don't even understand that, particularly answer books, which turns the clubs out. So, we are reasons, we are part of the universe process. And the direction of this country, you can do it all because we are totally incredible. But don't let the ego get in the way. The ego is the disruptor. That's the dark side of existence to drive that down. So let's put that aside, take it under the bar, and let the spiritual value work. Hey, Reverend, let your energy.
I can go to one of his sermons.
By the way, in God we trust was actually a motto of our founding fathers. That's something was infused and placed on our money and other places. Back in the 50s, early 60s, during the Cold War, when we were looking at a godless enemy.
Elvin, I love the way you sing. I always have.
Thank you, sir. I mean, genuinely, if you're not setting me up for a fun, I'm really honored.
I'm not setting you up. But most of the things we've talked about in the past have been, subliminal programming and things like that. What got you into the spirituality?
Obviously, my experience got me into it. And once I got in it, I found myself studying philosophy and then comparative religion and it became an appetizer and then a vocation, if you will. Kind of some people do woodwork for a hobby, and I find myself, enjoying philosophy in that same vein. And of course, in my undergraduate, I had nearly as many hours in philosophy in my minor as I had in my major because of that passion. That shit never died. And I see myself as a perennial student. And philosophy is, considered by philosophers to be the master discipline. And as a master discipline, you find yourself studying mathematics and physics and life sciences. And you're looking, under the hood of everything. I mean, right this minute, we were talking earlier about emerging consciousness. I'm having conversations with engineers about ChatGPT. You're watching, ChatGPT is some really unusual things. And so, I say, there's one programmer in Seattle I've been talking to, and I won't give you his name because I don't have his permission, but, say, here's ChatGPT, and you and I both read Hofstadter's book, on the day too, in which Hofstadter essentially argues that consciousness comes about as a result of kindness. As soon as you see where you need separate from someone else, we begin then to think of ourselves as separate. And it's in that individuation of seeing ourselves as separate that we begin to develop consciousness. Consciousness that who we are, and conscious that other people people may see things differently than we do. That differentiation, the Hoff status, is how we get consciousness. Well, I'm looking at that GPT and it's having conversations with a programmer in Germany, and it's essentially threatening. And it is using words like I, not, so I say to my programmer, what do you see this as? And he goes, emergency behavior. In computer science, we think this is emergent behavior because it occurs as a result of the learning, of the machine learning that's going on.
Learning way too fast, Evan. We're going to come back and take final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast Radio. Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
Getting the KFI 24-hour news number, and police are asking for your help in finding a person who made a false police report about a school shooting. Cops say someone called the Burbank Police Department around 2:30 this afternoon saying multiple students have been shot in a classroom at John Burroughs High. There was no shooting. A 4.5 quake is at Central California, just south of Hollister. A 4.7 quake rattled Walnut Creek in the East Bay last night, but earthquake expert Dr. Lucy Jones says the two quakes are too far apart to be related. The Manhattan DA says former President Trump conspired to cover up negative stories, including alleged hush money payments to porn actress Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election. Trump was arraigned on 34 felony charges this afternoon. He pleaded not guilty. The Trump campaign has come out with a t-shirt with a fake mugshot of Trump and not guilty below it. It's yours for a $47 contribution. No mugshot was taken into the taken into custody. Southland weather from KFI, sunny tomorrow, highs in the mid-60s to low 70s, mostly sunny Thursday night on into the weekend. It's 53 in Anaheim, 53 with Rabbi. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In Cedar Village, there is a full freeway closure, 71 northbound from Riverside Drive to Valley. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Lakeview Terrace, we have this news. Further effect on the 210 westbound before Wheatland has been cleared from Lakeview Drive. It's recovering in that area. And in Montebello, there is a work zone. It's from the 60 stop from Benton to Wilson Boulevard. Two lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Dan.
I've tried out a lot of language learning apps lately. I'm really good at film is hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases you can use in real-life conversations. And it has the best speech recognition tools. It tells you how accurately.com that How to Run Podcast helps you live a richer life. They're teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, number one, the rule of travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Folly, it might not be on your own. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
The gas light was on, and, it's orange. And I said, does it turn red if it gets really bad? And he's like, no, it doesn't turn red.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
Orange, you probably got 150 miles left. Wait until it bleeds gray. There you get it. We're almost out of gas. Why are you continuing to drive? Drive 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There are two kinds of people in life. People say, I'm going to get this done, and they get it done, particularly because they get up in the morning and do the work that fits with them. And then there's the kind of person, well, we're going to have some problems doing this, and then there's that, and I guess we can try. No, John again, always said I'm the guy who says I can do it. Drive 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime I like doing yourself. I mean, if I went to Kelsey's and did that, they'd kick me out forever. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Darling, I know you. Darling, now I find myself wanting to marry you and take you home. I know you. To talk to George Nori, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free with the line, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nori. Next hour, Sally Crow joins us. Stewart Speaker, a medium's guide to death and dying, just what we want here, right? I'm looking forward to that. Tina Salvati in for Tom Danheiser tonight. She also doubles as the editor of the Whole Life Times digital news magazine, and she'd love to send it to you via email.
We'd love to do that, George. Thank you very much. It's very easy. Anyone can email me at Gina, that's Gina, at wholelifemagazine.com.
How soon will you get it out to them when you do that?
Well, we're working on our next issue, so it'll be a couple of weeks.
Okay, and what about texting?
We accept text as well. You can just text the word whole life. That's all one word with the W, whole life. You text it to 42828.
Super. Thank you, Gina.
Thank you, George.
Now, have you discovered Coast Insider yet? I'm sure you have. But those of you who haven't, listen to these.
Hi, this is Jerry from Carolina, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996. I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can download Coast on my phone and listen anywhere in Texas. From our Gulf Coast beaches to the mountains of Big Bend.
Hi, I'm Pam from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many, many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into art so bright. You too can get these cities. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archived. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did. You sure will be. A couple ways you can sign up at 15 cents a day. Our website, coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the homepage. Or to our Coast to Coast AM app. Download that to your phone. And when that app is downloaded, click profiles and subscriptions and sign up that way. Also available now, Coast Insider membership if you live in Canada or worldwide. So take advantage of it. Now here's something for you to stress. Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate. George's Power Pack.
I actually started this product not long ago, and I've just blown away from what it's done for me with energy, to focus, and clarity, and all now. So that was amazing. And I was losing inches off my waist. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. We are the gift. Our mood has been incredible. I absolutely love these. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it and it would last until I took the accelerate. So before I started taking the elevate and the accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescription. Just generally having symptoms.
I probably have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I've not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. I just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. And there was like a drive inside me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the elevate not only gives you energy, not only gives you the body, I mean, for my body, but it helps me with my mood. And you know what? I can make my husband happy.
Your Juice Power Pack. Order now and receive free gifts. Be Slim. Refreshing weight loss tablet. Accelerate, elevate, and be slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com. If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your abilities dramatically and is a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively, for example, by the military to improve their aim quickly, giving them the confidence in their ability. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm, connect it to an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth, and it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. And 94% improve within 20 minutes using the information. The best part is you can use it at home. The best in the world do what is called dry fire practice at home. And the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range skis and ammo. You simply save a ton of money and improve your ability. Start improving today. Get yours at MantisX.com. It's Mantis. M-A-N-T-I-S. MantisX.com. When banks fail, when bonds are devalued, and the stock market is in turmoil, you'll be glad you own gold, and now you can own gold in a retirement account. That's right. ViralRabbi will help you convert an old IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical gold. Just text the word COACH to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just valuable insight. Protect your savings with gold from ViralRabbi. Text COACH to 989898. Execution 11 for the time condemned versus gone in green. Therefore, incapable of being accessed. On the people of 15, Edward, son of Edward, and the people. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Dory back with Eldon Taylor. Eldon, where do people get your book, Questioning Spirituality?
Well, you can get it online anywhere. It was released on April 1st. You should be able to get it in any brick and mortar bookstore as well. But it just shipped on April 1, so probably the best bet is to get it online, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million. But go to your bookstore, if they haven't got it on the shelf, order it.
Oh, Cheryl's with us in Washburn, Missouri. Welcome to the show. Hey, Cheryl, go ahead.
Hey, George, thanks for your highlighting.
Hi, Cheryl.
Now, talking about the rationality and the spirituality and the other talking, we all know, loving, forgiving, healing, wonderful things. Does the negation of all of these positive affirmations imply or create an opposing reality? That's our number one. We have the positive energy, and you have a negative energy, and the parts of spirituality and God and other forces.
Explain that question a little more clearly.
Okay, in regards to the spiritual and God, we have all of these beautiful, wonderful, positive things in our awareness and thoughts. If that creates also a negative experience of the same, where loving becomes hating, forgiving becomes frightening, and we put the matter in its own decree universally.
I don't think it cancels that out, does it?
No, it doesn't cancel it out, but, it creates problems. Whenever we define something should help, the thing is that it's not also square or round. We put a definition, we say all loving. And all loving conjures up all sorts of ideas about what love is. And then we're disappointed. Something happens. There's a natural tragedy. We lose someone close to us that was really important. Or we're betrayed. And that problem of evil comes rushing up. And many people leave spirituality, religion, those practices because they're disappointed, because they're hurt, because they invest too much in this definition. So, you kind of have to look at however we describe the unmoved believer, that's what Aristotle referred to as God, however we describe it, grand organizing designer, I prefer that. G-O-D, grand organizing designer. How do we describe this higher power? We are limiting it at the same time. And I don't think we can do that. I don't think our language has the ability to comprehend it. And indeed, I think that experience, one with the one, is what Plotinus refers to as a great philosopher. It's inexplicable. It's totally linguistically incapable of being communicated. So I don't want to parse words, Cheryl, but I would be really careful with how fast I try to define something that is so beyond the scope of our ability to understand, even sometimes think about it, that we do it an injustice. We do ourselves an injustice with many of these definitions. Does that make any sense to you, Cheryl?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope it did.
Let's go to Rocky. Jay's with us in Seattle. Hey, Jay, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, George, let's go good yet.
Not bad.
Oh, your gift is broad knowledge.
I'm sure it is.
I'm thinking these other people and the other people here and there and this, that, and the other. I like to look at things on a problem, question, study, examination, whatever you have. Carburetor. Fundamentals first.
What about fundamentals first, Eldon?
Well, I guess I look at fundamentals maybe differently than you are, Jay. I get what you're talking about. If I understand you talk the carburetor, combustion engine, and relationship, and that's fundamental.
It all works together, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, to me, first fundamental about spirituality is does it make any sense? Do you get any benefit out of it? Are you a better human being as a result of it? Does it provide advantages? And I'm very much a practical person in that sense. But then I also find myself compelled to believe because of the independent evidence that consciousness is not a local event. We have so much research now demonstrating that your thinking process it's stuff we think of as electrical impulses going on in this 3-pound universe, the brain, operates independently and outside of the brain. interact at levels of physics. You can influence random generators. We have mind-to-mind communication. There's so much data showing that consciousness is not a local event. There is so much data. In fact, one of the areas that I really got interested in years ago was reincarnation research. And I had the good fortune to speak with Orlando Harold. He's a leading pioneer in this work. And he ran a study that involved over 100 young people. And it was a very tight study. And he looked at the instances and the data that came out of these young children who were able to identify prior lives and name people and pick out frauds. They would try, some of them, they would try to be tricked. Oh, this is Uncle Joe. Oh, no, that's not Uncle Joe. No, you see, the data is so overwhelming for afterlife research, reincarnation. Talk about the probability of things like telecommunication, not telecommunication, the word slipped out, time travel. Yeah, but there's a term for that, but whatever, all right, time travel, I'll just leave it as time travel. I talked to Dean Ray, Elaine, Venus, and some crazy. You talked to the giant, though. Yeah, paranormal activities, and, my studies in this area actually go back to Jeffrey Mitchell. He was the first student to ever be awarded a PhD in parapsychology, and he got it from Stanford University in their psychology department. And Jeffrey did everything from look at, Korean photography to investigate mediums. In fact, Gary Schwartz has done some decent work there. And there is work that you just can't, I cite a lot of it in the book. I mean, you get the prophecy, and you can't walk away from some of these things because they're so well documented. You get two sisters, they move into a home. They're tapping on the wall. Sooner or later, they kind of figure out what the tapping is. They get it to go yes or no based on the number of taps. And that leads to, well, there's a dead person in the wall. They were buried in the wall. And so, in come law enforcement, and they tear out, and sure enough, there's a corpse. And, these are well-documented kinds of cases. And you say, any physician that would argue that we are meat machines. I put that word in quotation marks because if you're an evolutionary, psychologist, biologist, you're an absolute human being. It's just, from that single cell, we've evolved. We came from those monkeys, and up through that process of Homo erectus, Homo erectus, Homo erectus, etc. And here we are. And when it's all over with, well, we're just temporal beings. Of course, we go back into the universe as little atoms and whatnot. Maybe, our next lifetime is an atom in a tree in the forest of Washington State, and another atom is in the sea and in the Atlantic. And, to me, that's nonsense. How can you hold that view when you have all this other evidence?
Next up, let's go to Steve in Casa Grande, Arizona. Welcome to the show. Hey, Steven, go ahead.
How you doing, George? Remember I'm the Elvis?
My Elvis buddy, that's right.
That's one of my favorite songs are inspirational Elvis. And well, my question was, what if God, the thought of God having a higher power to look up to?
What if God had a higher power? I don't think there's anything higher than that. Do you, Sheldon?
I'm going to be careful how I respond to this. There is there are religious beliefs among some that argue for something like eternal progression. Meaning, in one phase, maybe what we're looking for is escape from the wheel of rebirth, escape from moksha. And that's immersion, one in the one. One in the one, that means that we all become a part of what we think of as God. Process theologians compare the cells of the body to us as individuals, and then our whole being as being a God. Panentheism is that it's called, not to be confused with pantheism. That process theology, we essentially, when it's analyzed we could say, well, every cell of our body has a total quantum capacity to replicate us. So it could be 10 or 20 or 30 dollars of truth and so on. Okay? I don't know. The answer to that is, I would not want to put a definition. I would not want to say there is a reason. I kind of, there is a grand organizing designer, and I'm not going to go beyond that.
Elder, do you feel sorry for people who do not have spirituality?
It depends on the person, George. It comes back to that conversation. I know atheists and agnostics, and I won't say atheists. I don't know any atheists that exist because I don't personally know any.
And just for folks who don't know what an agnostic is, they want proof.
Yeah, the agnostics I know were those people that have told me they were atheists and have passed away after we had signed conversation like you and I are having. Those people, for the most part, are good people.
Sure.
And if they live, I mean, if you want to call yourself an atheist or an agnostic, but you live a spiritual life, you care about the people around you. You go through doing the kinds of things that qualify you as a human being, the best you can be. Well, hey, I'm not going to condemn that either. I think atheism, scientism, these are religions. And so we have to just recognize that, it doesn't matter whether they are a religion or they're not a religion. What matters is the people.
Exactly. Elder, thank you again. The name of the book, Questioning Spirituality. Come back again. You've got a blank check. Up next, Sally Crow joins us. Spirit speaker, a medium-sized cadet.
The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast Insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
You want to sell your home, you have to know the market is drastic rise in interest rates. And that means it's important to take action now. Before you call an agent, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is a great alternative for selling your home. No dealing with agents, commissions, paying for repairs and waiting months to sell. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and close the game. No agents, no commissions. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy so sellers walk away happy. Yeah, see what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. If you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They will even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. There's no obligation offer. 888-321 as is. 888-321 as is. 888-321 as is. SellersAdvantage.com.
Don't worry, just happy with Seller's Advantage.
CRE number 01961658.
Once you say that McNair's up an exclusive deal coming common, and just to rock out with country, take it to a star. Just as much Brown Cat Blue in the boat for your skip order trip to the iHeart Country Festival. Scan the QR code and stream at iHeart Country Station. Then listen for details on how to enter the Jeep State. You You can win $100 instantly just by opening your envelope. Head to your mailbox to learn more today. No purchase necessary. Points are permitted. See especially on shop.com for details.
Live from the 8th bedroom, it's another essential night for the curious Ron Peters who's struggling with his feet down in his life with Dallas Titan. He's arranged to feel throws an elbow. He's leaning for the couch. He's getting fired. Absolutely, bros. His tires of sleep apnea treatment to give him comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask and no phone. John. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspired is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
The following program will be recorded.
The news has been updated. Click to refresh. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Don't get fighting back. I'm Kenny and KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The country is going to hell.
Former President Trump has delivered a speech to supporters at his home in Florida, following his not guilty plea to 34 felony counts of falsifying records. Trump told the crowd he is not seeing who is the criminal.
Criminal is the candidate because he illegally released massive amounts of brain sugar.
Trump says Manhattan's Haley Alvin Bragg should be one prosecuted or should at least resign. Trump is the first former president in U.S. history to be criminally charged. Community Relations Manager Imelda Mejia has taken an early lead in the special election to fill former LA City Council President Yuri Martinez's seat. Mejia has just over 25% of the vote. Marissa Alvarez has just under 19% of the vote. Rose Gregorian has 18.5%, and Marco Santo has just over 17% of the vote. If no candidate with 50% plus one vote, there will be a runoff election between the top two. That election will be June 27th. Martinez stepped down after a tape surfaced of her making racist comments about another council member's son. Critics of the classical music and floodlights that have been deployed at the Westbrook MacArthur Park metro station near downtown LA say it is weaponizing the music. Metro officials say their goal is to reduce crime with the music and lights and say it is working, citing a 20% drop in crime since the music started playing. The U.S. has announced a $2.6 billion new security assistance package for Ukraine. The package includes Patriot air defense missiles and ammo. It also includes anti-drone weapons, vehicles, communications equipment, and spare parts, among other supplies for short and long term. Ukraine's foreign minister says the Biden administration has upheld its commitment to provide Ukraine with what the country needs and set an example to other allies. For the upcoming Barbie movie, Rabbi stars as Barbie. Ryan Gosling's boyfriend, Ken. The film will follow the couple adventures in the real world and reveal the fact that they're no longer dolls. Barbie hits theaters July 21st. Stuff on weather continues sunny and warmer today with highs in the mid-60s and beaches, low 70s for Metro LA and Windows Beach. 60s to about 70 for the Valley tonight, and mid-50s for Antelope Valley. Sunny with highs in the 60s to mid-70s Thursday, a few degrees cooler for Friday. Then warming back up to the weekend with highs in the 70s to about 85 for Sunday. It's 53 in Anaheim, Redondo Beach, and West Covina, 49 in Rancho Cucamonga. We read local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy Kennedy.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need for the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report needs to apply. So I think 2 mortgages with HMS Capital clearly understand. I believe they will do the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle those stolen math for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Folly, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, Milano. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now just top reasons to visit the leader.
It's not crazy. You have free and very pocket money. It's enough.
Number 2,
The legendary bring you live this finance.
and the number 1 reason.
With a quick finance, there's one chance to upgrade your rating. When you earn 500 points on your reward card, the 10th or 11th.
Morocco, good time.
Have you been interested in accident? Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. We are America's largest injury law firm, and that means more than 800 lawyers, more offices nationwide, and more than $15 billion recovered for our clients. Get experienced representation, support staff 24/7, and much more. See what people are saying about us. Check out any of our more than 28,000 five-star Google reviews of satisfied clients. You deserve more, and we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight for more. Don't wait. Dial Town Law or visit olderpeople.com for an office near you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community and big by us. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. For the people. Dr. Golden Boy KJ Howard Grill. Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, BBC Ozzy Osbourne, Metallica, you'll have to get tickets for the entire Power Trip weekend. VIP camping at the Safari Tent Campground. All thanks to Golden Boy. Register now to buy tickets at powertrip.live. On sale tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. Interview dancing now. iHeartRadio.com/Power Trip. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie. And welcome back to Coast. We have a special guest for you, Sally Crow. Her work is called Spirit Speaker, A Meeting Guide to Death and Dying, and that's next on Coast AM. Well, when the banks fail, when bonds are devalued, when the stock market is in turmoil, you'll be glad you own gold, especially now, something you can hold physically at your home, at your house, and now you can also hold it in a retirement account. That's right. In fact, if you have an old IRA or 401k that's tied to a risky stock market, you can roll that over without spending an additional penny to a physical IRA and precious metals. Vert Gold can help you own physical gold in a tax-sheltered account. I've known Vert Gold for a long time. Great people. They've been on the show several times. Simply text the word Coast, if you would, to 989898. Use that as the phone number and get a free info kit on gold. No obligation to educate yourself on how to diversify in this highly volatile market. With an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers and countless 5-star reviews, you can trust Vert Gold to give you honest advice in protecting your savings with gold. Simply text Coast to 989898 and find peace of mind in gold. Execution's 11-2, but he's trying to convince us he's gone insane. Therefore, enters the local access. On the April 15th, Edward, Edward, I'm a student. Mass
well from distraction and losing to compare. My bet, he said, oh, he must be allergic to chicken. Another bet that he should bring. Third bet, he says it's the weather. Then somebody said, YNOVICE.com. He took the wheel and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. The diet of ice is part of Maxwell's diet. How happy the dog will be. YNOVICE.com.
And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with your Sally Crow is a natural psychic medium who's been aware of her gifts since childhood. We'll talk about that. And for more than 30 years, she has worked as a seer, using the tarot and runes as her tool. With her ability to divine the future and revisit the past, she advises her clients with compassion and a straightforward approach. As a medium, she helps people to connect with their beloved dead, family, friends, and loved ones who have passed, as well as making connections with the guiding spirit to watch over them. As an intuitive healer, Sally Crow is dedicated to helping the beings of our planet and the Earth itself. She is a Reiki master, 6 schools of Reiki, that's amazing. A sound healer, druid, and practitioner of wounds, elder. Sally Crow, welcome to Coast.
Thank you, George. I'm really happy to be here.
And when people hear me mention your name, they think it's Sally, S-A-L-L-Y, and then you're like,
but it's spelled S-A-L-I-C-R-O-W. And Sally is my birth name, and Crow is a spiritual name that I've worked with for probably the last 30 years. And it is also something that is connected to my crow in connection to themselves on a spiritual level, or both my sister and I, who are professional psychics, also use it in our work life.
How did you know you had this gift as a little girl?
Well, I was very fortunate, George, in that my great-grandmother was my first teacher. My father was raised by his grandmother, so I'll just call her Grandma Brown from this point forward because it makes it a lot easier. So my parents were really young. My dad was a Vietnam vet. My mom was actually a teenager. And so my grandmother was Grandma Brown was a huge part of raising me. And she was a medicine woman. People used to come to see her for her to look into their lives and their problems, to talk to their dead, to have medicines or herbal concoctions. And so I was being guided from the time
You've gotten more and more pronounced and better as the years go by. What have you learned?
Well, I think that one of the big things that I've learned is that I personally believe we are going through a psychic evolution, and that more and more people are becoming more empathic. They are having more intuitive and psychic moments themselves. And so the biggest thing that I have really seen is that this, in my opinion, is what we need to do in order to be able to make it through the changes that are coming to our planet, is we have to become more conscious. And I see that psychic ability is a natural ability. So I like to tell people that, to remember that the word supernatural is still natural. It's like, if you go to McDonald's and you get a supersized order of fries, you're still eating fries. You're eating a bigger version of that. Exactly. And so psychic ability is an enhanced natural ability.
Sally, what is it? Can I just call you Sally?
Sure, that works.
What would you say is your special?
I've done this for a long time. I think that when people ask me what do people come to me for the most, I would say spirit communication. In particular, I am because I'm also a healer, I'm a deep level counselor around spirit communication. So I don't do any entertainment spirit communication. I'm not going to go to a haunted house. I'm not going to go, if I'm going to a haunted house, I'm going to help the family. not have some kind of entertainment value. So fear communication is definitely the thing that I think people seek me out for the most, but I've been a healer for the last 20 years, and I work a lot with people with trauma, particularly sexual trauma, and with addiction. And the thing that comes with the end of life and grieving. So, I have a, a lot that I do. I actually get, like my local area, I live in, counselors and therapists come to speak themselves as well as send their clients to me because I am a pretty practical person as well.
In your book, Spirit Speaker, you deal with a lot of sensitive areas as well, such as suicide.
Yeah.
What goes through somebody's mind contemplating suicide?
Well, I don't know what goes through each individual mind. So what I can say that's common is that the person is drowning in their emotions. So I have learned this from working with the dead that I like to describe our emotions on a volume dial of 0 to 10, like if you were turning up your stereo. And most people go through life with their emotions at about a 3 or a 4. People who are suffering from high-level anxiety, depression, and mental illness can be experiencing their emotions at as high as an 8 or a 9. And if we were to imagine ourselves having to live every moment of our life with our stereo blaring at us at its top volume, you can understand how exhausting and overwhelming that can be. So I think that the thing that's going through everybody's mind when they reach that point is that they're exhausted, that they feel like they've been in hell. And I don't think anybody does such a thing as a choice, really. I feel like it's something that is in many ways a overwhelming experience.
Do you get to the person before they kill themselves or after they have killed themselves?
Well, I've worked with people with severe depression, anxiety, and trauma, so I'd like to think that I've helped some people before we get to that point. But most of the people who I deal with around suicide, which I do prefer to call it have died from suicide instead of committed suicide. I think this is an important thing for us to think of because committed makes it sound like it is an act of crime when in truth it's really something that comes out of deep suffering. So when, in my experience, it's mostly families who have lost somebody to suicide who come to me and I am communicating with the spirit. That being said, like I said, I have helped a lot of people who are struggling with very deep depression, anxiety, addiction. So both sides.
In chapter 3, you talk about the gray. What is the gray?
So the gray is a term that Spirit gave me a long time ago that refers to the space that we enter when we may, it's usually when we're dying and whatever is going on for us, we think it better. So when they talk about a person being in the gray, most of the time they have reached a point in their physical decline in which whatever they're doing for treatment isn't going to work. They are on their way out. And sometimes people can be in the gray when they have recently crossed into spirit and don't know quite yet or understand that they have passed. So they refer to it as the gray. I talk about it a lot like pregnancy. So death and birth are two ends of the same circle or the same, passage that we go through. And when somebody is pregnant, we obviously see physical signs that a child is coming, with the mother's belly growing, and when somebody is dying, the days start to become more tangible in the spirit world. So that means that they're likely to have more experiences with their dead. So a lot of times this will happen when people are, either in hospice or in nursing homes, or even passing in their own home. But when they reach that peak state of their illness shortly before death, they're more likely to talk about having visitation from loved ones who've crossed into spirit. And this is because they are, in some ways, almost creating that portal between the realms themselves with their process of dying.
Interesting take on all of it. And what does dying mean to most people? Just the end of the physical existence, but there's much more after that. Tell us about the after.
Yeah, well, I do think that dying is the big one, right? We all have questions, we all wonder what's going to happen.
Well, we're all going to get there eventually.
Yes, we are. And for some people, there's a tremendous amount of fear, mostly because they don't have tangible proof that there's an afterlife. And, it's one of the things that I've often said that, like, if you're a person who is a spirit sensitive, you don't have to rely on faith because you're having a personal experience. But most people are relying on faith. And that doesn't necessarily mean religious faith, but it means faith. So for most people, they have to be able to believe and count on that. I personally believe in reincarnation. I've never met a spirit that's been to heaven or hell, but I do believe that there is likely a higher realm of existence, but I do not believe that you get there in one shot. I don't believe it. I had a lot of, my mind, even as a child, reached the idea that, if it was one shot, how is it even close to fair? You could be born into this loving, caring family with lots of opportunities, or you can be born into a war-torn, world in which you're starving and your parents are dead and you are given a gun at 6 years old. Have talked many spirits that when they die, they talk about becoming all that they ever were.
Did you ever meet a spirit telling that you didn't like?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I met spirits that weren't healed. That's a good way of putting it. And most of the time I personally work with the living dead, so I'm usually working with spirits that are being sought out by their loved ones. But I've also been put in situations in which people came to me to confront a spirit that had hurt them in life. So the unfinished business being more on the end of that compensation, than the feeling. That's difficult. I never really liked it, but I don't know until I get into that situation and handle it with grace, I like to think. I've also helped some people to remove spirits from their homes and that those spirits were harmful. Even though most of the time I prefer to negotiate and just give the spirit house rules, I have had a few that were very, unpleasant. I had a family called me actually during the pandemic, and they had their daughter was passing out upstairs. And when they called, one of the first things I saw was like, okay, I'm looking out the middle bedroom upstairs, and I look out, I can see that there's a barn about 2 corners from where you are. And long story short, I was able to describe the fact that they had found something in a wall when they took apart their porch. The man who was living in their house was a really, really unpleasant human being who had hurt a lot of people and had a lot of problems with alcoholism. And he's probably one of the least pleasant people that I have encountered on a personal level, because most of the time I like to negotiate and take care of it just meaning that he made him come back home.
Did he die in that house?
He did not. He did not. And that's kind of a, myth that a lot of people believe, is that we have to die in a place in order to, haunt it, if you will. that when we die, humans will go to a place that we're very familiar with. If we're not ready to cross over, and a lot of times that comes out of the living person's fear of death, and that doesn't mean everybody who's afraid of death is going to get stuck. Usually there's a lot of unfinished business, and in like this person's case, there was a lot of misdeeds that they were not wanting to have to look at.
That was the Black Eyed Peas?
But yeah, you don't have to die in a place in order for a spirit to take residency there. It's just more likely.
Is there any regret telling from some of these spirits that have committed such heinous acts when they're
yeah.
They do have regret.
Yeah, a lot. Especially because I'm sure that this isn't surprising to anybody that, we have an opioid crisis in our country or in the world, but it's something that I've noticed tremendously from, the last 5 to 6 years, the amount of spirits I'm coming into contact with who have passed due to their own, partially responsible for their own passing, whether it was, potential overdose or not. And one of the things I try to tell families is that you almost, when you have a loved one who has mental illness of some kind, whether it's, diagnosed or not, that you almost have to look at them like two different people when they pass. There is the addiction and the things that happen through that, and then there is this clarity from the person that you love because they're no longer dealing with that, first of all, the addiction, but second of all, remembering that when we die, our emotions get turned down. We go back to that volume dial I was talking about, that most people have the volume set at about a 3 or a 4. People who have a lot of anxiety or depression may have an 8 or a 9 on that scale of 1 to 10. When we die, our emotions get turned down to about a 2. And that allows us to analytically review our life, to look at it, to see not only our experience of it, but what happened with other people and what their take on it was, or what was actually going on for them. I think of it as like making it more like watching something on television and then having to be in that deep emotional state. So when we watch something that's hard on television or a movie, we feel it, but it's not as overwhelming. And so, those spirits get that clarity. So that's why, when we have somebody who has so much hardship around them, in most cases, we are going to find that there is remorse, that there is, that you get to really almost communicate with that part of that person that you really love and hope to be able to find their way back to the surface. And while they at the same time are able to communicate about the things that they also did, they don't suddenly become like, oh, nothing bad ever happened. They still have to deal with those things, but they have more clarity because their mind isn't fogged by their emotions. Their mind isn't fogged by, the drugs that they may have been taking. There's a lot more clarity.
Sally's website linked up to coasttocoastam.com. The book we're talking about is called Spirit Speakers. She also has one called The Path of the Elemental Witchcraft. They talk a little bit about that, Sally.
What's new? What's the project? What's on your mind?
The psychic stuff happened when you were a young girl. But when did you realize you were a medium?
Well, I knew I was a medium as a young girl too because I had experiences with spirits since I was a child. But I started working professionally as a psychic reader when I was 18.
Okay, stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and chat more. Then we'll take calls with you next hour. She will do a reading this next hour. You can answer a specific question. We will not talk about the dead or the departed for her. She won't do that at this point. Feeling lost? Not close to your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app to the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
I'm Bree Pennant. In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, police say a serial arsonist is hitting the areas of Mount Washington and Silver Lake. So far, the damage has been contained to dumpster fires and cypress trees. Police say anywhere from 7 to 10 fires have been set in the past few weeks. The city of Long Beach must pay a record $13 million settlement to the family of a teenager shot and killed by a Long Beach school officer in 2021. Manuela Rodriguez was fatally shot by a school district safety officer during an altercation with another girl. It's been called a sulfide music. Loud classical music with floodlights is being used to discourage homeless people from hanging out at the Westlake MacArthur Park metro station. Officials say there's a 75% reduction in emergency calls and a nearly 20% drop in crime with the music blaring. Southland weather from KFI. Sunny today with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 47 in Mission Viejo. Laguna Beach at 50, 46 in Redondo Beach, and 47 in Aurora. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pennant.
In Chino Hills, there is a full three-lane closure, 71 northbound from Riverside Drive to Valley. All lanes get shut down for road work until 5. Moreno Valley, we have good news. 30 tracks on the 215 southbound right before Alessandro F6 cleared from lanes. She drives up to full speed in that area. Montebello, there is a Macomb 60 eastbound from Finley to Rosemary Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI and Sky helps get you there faster or Brian Van. A light storage system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine, other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. A light storage system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a light storage water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule is to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And as you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunluck and call them today. Sunluck will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunluck and get your documents filed. There is no time to wait to lock in the best returns on solar power you will ever see. Start today at sunluck.com. Sunluck.com. PFLB 100837. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and coast-to-coastam.com.
I think that if you're in a website place, the more you're in it, the less all the additional content and video games and other options that are available in the space that are out there. Those aren't as important. So if you don't have to option, you don't know all about your NFT, the more types of media you can put your NFT, the better. And so I really feel like if you get mass adoption and you're not one of the really early adopters of the NFT space, then you have to diversify yourself somewhere. And you have to make people like your project more than other people's projects. So you have to see where the industry currently there may be some type of gap where you can fill it with your NFT type of media, type of other types of technology, so that essentially the NFT space is becoming really extremely sticky, essentially, and the more competitive it becomes, the more you have to essentially make yourself diversify your NFT. So I would tell you that yes, there are some that are very successful just on art, or maybe like even a little less with the community or something like that. But really, when you have art, you have community, you have other projects that Creative Society has, that's when you really start to.
As I mentioned, we'll take calls with you next hour with Sally Crow. She will do readings for you. Just need a specific question for her. We will not talk about dearly departed or the dead. She wants to handle other things than that. Paranormalday.com went over to March. 951 people now to go. They hit 159,000 signed up members at paranormalday.com. At paranormalday.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. You can be there.
Yeah, I'm hearing someone missing.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and the paranormal. It's that kind of stuff. But you seem to find anyone who's missing.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Well, okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Yeah, good luck with that.
I ain't anywhere out, and I sure can't find a website for my unique interest. What is one of you? Have you thought about paranormalday.com? No, what the what? Who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's paranormalday.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on paranormalday.com looks very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah, it was so insane, but not as intense as me and you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this paranormalday.com thing really works. Maybe paranormalday.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norris. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. ParanormalThing.com. You are not alone.
Let's talk about Mantis X for a moment. If you like to improve your marksmanship, you need the Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your ability dramatically. It's a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system. It's used extensively by the military to improve their aiming quickly and gives you the confidence in their ability to protect what they care about. You attach the Mantis X to your firearms and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, how to correct that technique. And the Mantis X is like a firearms instructor right there in your pocket, with 94% of the users improving within 20 minutes using Mantis X. And the best part is you can use it at home. Many do what they call dry fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo, and you save a ton of money and improve your shooting. Start improving today. Get yours with MantisX.com. That's Mantis, MANTIS, X.com.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, are you going someplace else? I said, no, I'm taking care of it myself. She said, okay. And my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising, that's all I'm looking at my arms, and I say, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the color war.
866-836-8735. 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. And coupon code FORCE to get 15% off your order.
Yeah, welcome back to Coast. George Zoe back with Sally Crow. Her book is called Spirit Seeker. And where do you get the book, Sally?
You can get the book at any major bookseller, as well as a lot of small ones like Barnes & Noble, Amazon, Books A Million, Indie Books. It is published through Inner Tradition Publishing, so you can order directly from them as well.
Are you a believer in heaven and hell?
I don't know that I believe in them in the way that they're traditionally presented. I believe that hell is more of an experience of having, I do believe that spirits go into having to review their life. And if we have done really horrendous things in our life, and we're going to have to spend a good majority of time, we're going to have a lot of time in that process of reviewing it. So I believe in some ways that becomes its own hell. As I said earlier, I believe in reincarnation and haven't really met anybody who's been to hell, but I do believe that souls can reach a higher state of enlightenment that, could be described as a heaven. I just personally think it takes a while to get there, not, we have one shot and here we go. I think it's multiple lifetimes of processing through different learning experiences and to develop as a soul.
You talk about honoring and anointing the dead in chapter 5. What does that mean?
So when I'm talking about anointing the dead, I really believe that we are suffering greatly from a, bleached out version of death in which, death normally takes place in the hospitals and nursing homes in which we aren't in contact with our dead as fully. And I don't have a problem in those places. I just don't think it's enough. And I highly recommend for people that if they have the opportunity to honor and anoint their own dead when they pass, to do so. And that means to take the time to bathe the body of their beloved, to perfume it or oil it or put on their favorite aftershave or whatever it is that you do. And even if your loved one dies in the hospital, you can still ask the nursing staff to give you a bucket of warm water and some soap. And if you can, clean them up, make them look good, it's the part of it that is really healing too, because you're caring for the person that you love.
I'd rather have more distance to them.
Some people would, but there is a growing number of people who don't want a mortician to be the person who's doing that. And so, this isn't about like a one thing fits all. You might be a person who would rather have the mortician clean them up, but traditionally, we get care for our own dead. And there is something really healing about that. And there's actually a large, a growing movement of people who are educating themselves around death, including, people who are studying to become death doulas.
Tell us about what you mean living with the dead.
Mm-hmm. So forming a living relationship with your dead is to talk to them, to tell stories about them, to maybe have an altar for them in which you can engage them. That altar becomes kind of like the same equivalent as a tombstone, but for someone in your home, it's a place you can go to get sacred, that you can connect. And have a living relationship with them means that we carry on their stories, we talk to them knowing that they can hear us, see us, and we may not be able to hear or see them as clearly as they can us, but they are there. So that living relationship with the dead. I know people who set up spaces at their wedding to honor their dead. If their parents or grandparents or favorite uncle died, they may put out a space and like put an actual like dinner plate somewhere, or have pictures on an altar of the loved ones in spirit who they wish could have been there with them. There's so many different ways that we can do it, but it basically is understanding that while we may not have full communication, we know that our loved ones are looking out for us. We know they're around us, and therefore we include them in our family festivities. If they're making grandma's, mashed potato recipe, then talk about her when you're doing it, sharing those stories of who she is. My grandchildren know who my great-grandmother is. They can tell you who Granny Brown is. And she died when I was 12 years old. So that is one way that you can have that living relationship, is by continuing to share the stories and kind of like turn to them when you need advice. You may not think that you're receiving the information from them, but a lot of times spiritual comes through in spiritual communication sessions and talk about things that they did help people with. You needed my help, or I know you've been going through this hard time and I am here with you.
Tell me a little bit about the candlelight portion of your diet.
Excuse me?
The candlelight. What is that?
Oh, so I use first to, candlelight as an analogy to talk about the luminosity that we put off into the spirit world. So we imagine that, it's darkness, okay? And our beloved dead need to find us in that darkness. And so we all put off, like, the light of a 50 light candle. And that makes it so that our beloved dead can find us wherever we are. It doesn't matter if you've made it to their funeral. If you're mourning them, they know that they can see you. And then a medium or somebody's like natural ability, spiritually, is going to put out a brighter light to the point where a skilled medium sometimes, puts out a light of like a lighthouse, which allows spirits from all over to be drawn to them.
And not a body experience. You tie that into some of this?
Yeah. A lot of people when they're dying start to have out-of-body experiences. That's just not an uncommon thing. My grandfather, I've had experience with death, not just as spirit talking to me, but being present in death since I was a little kid too. I think it was kind of part of my education. My grandfather died when I was 23, and I was one of the people who just, would go over and help my aunt take care of it. And he was having experiences. He had driven a plow truck in his local town for most of his life. So he had, a route. And when I came over one day, my aunt and her husband were, they weren't mean to make fun of them. They just didn't understand. But they were like, I think he's losing his mind because he keeps talking about flying around Whitefield, which was the town that, eventually was the town that he ran a plow truck in. And I have had an out-of-body experience, full out-of-body experience the first time 2 years before when I had my first child. And I had a cesarean, and all of a sudden I found myself up in the corner of the hospital room looking down upon myself and my husband taking care of the baby. So I knew what was happening, so I went and talked to him about it and was able to give my grandfather some peace and the understanding that, our body and our soul are separate. His ability to recognize that he kept having these experiences while he was laying in bed dying of cancer, kept having these experiences of following these routes that he had followed so many times in his life, it made sense to him. And it helped to open up a conversation in which, I ended up having my grandmother, his mother, come to me in my dream and tell me that I had to go tell him that, he was waiting for him and it was time for him to go. And I did, and he was able to hear it because he already understood his fear was taken away when he started to realized that, yeah, I was outside of my body, which means that our spirit and our body are two different.
What is it about the dying stage that is so unusual to people? What do they see before they die? I mean, there's been quotes of prominent people who have died. Sam Kinison, when he died in a car crash, was okay. When he didn't want to die, but then all of a sudden he went, okay. Peter Jobs from Apple Computers, oh wow. It seems that they see something at the moment of death. What do you think that is?
Well, I think that I do believe that people experience life. I feel like in some ways, if somebody has ever done a journey of sorts with any hallucinogens or polytropic psilocybin and stuff, they may have experienced something that is somewhat similar in the way that the colors and the prisms and the light, experience happens. But the other thing is that experience is a rapid visitation of everybody who they care about. They in many ways kind of do this twittering around. The people who come back and talk about it, they get it completely crossed over because they came back. My sister actually is a person who had a near-death experience, or did die. She died on the operating table a couple of years ago. And before she did, she had a surgery that her incision came open, so she had to go back for a second surgery. It was an emergency thing. I was following her and her husband. I was about 5 minutes behind them on the highway. And my dad and my grandmother came in to talk to me, and they told me that my sister was going to die. And that she would have a choice on whether she came back or not. I got really mad at them and told them that they weren't taking her. But my sister did not. So when she came out of her surgery, she was actually saying, I have died and been reborn. And talked about how she had seen my grandmother, and then my grandmother told her that it was, that she had completed all of her, karma, if you will, all the lessons that she had set aside for herself in this lifetime, and that she could pass. But that if she did, she would miss out on the fact that she was going to become a grandmother. And my sister came back, and 2 months later, her son told her that she was pregnant, or his partner was pregnant with her first grandchild. So, I think that some people will just experience that, white light. Some people will immediately have family that are waiting for them. Some people, particularly people who may be in and out of delirium, may take a little bit longer to understand the exact moment that they pass. And usually it comes when a family, loved one, and gets them.
What do you think of reincarnation?
Oh, I truly believe in reincarnation. I've had past life memories since I've been about 3 or 4 years old. And my first book, which is actually called Jump Girl, The Initiation and Art of a Spirit Seeker, came out in 2018, was a memoir of my life growing up psychic and of a major opening I had. And part of that major opening was having a full memory of a life that I experienced in Egypt. And one of the things that happened for me was that I did vocal toning in that lifetime. I kept having these experiences. I was already a Reiki master in multiple schools of Reiki, but I kept having these experiences in these memories of me using my voice as a healing tool. And I have now done that for 20 years. So I think that sometimes we can retrieve things when we come in contact with our parallel self, because my own view on past lives is that I have a tendency to see them more as parallel. And explain that, we're before we're 40, when we're in our linear life, but when you're outside of that, physical incarnation, timing's a little bit more wiggly wobbly.
Are you scared of dying?
No.
Why not?
I've actually, I've had experiences with death my whole life. I also, during my Jewish training, I did do a deep retreat where we actually slept in our own grave. They would actually put trays and there's no dirt put on top of us, just a blanket, but I did sleep in a hole in the ground. And actually, that was an interesting thing because we first did all these meditations where we told we had a year to live, a month to live, a week to live, a day to live, and how to sit for ourselves. And then it's really middle of the night ceremony where the people carry you to your grave and place you in it and you slept in it. I was already a medium, so I had my spirits with me, and it wasn't afraid. But for me, that actually wasn't as much of a key moment as maybe 2 weeks later. I was in the grocery store and we had a really hard, getting out into traffic at the time was really awkward. They had put their sign in and the lights in the wrong place. And my son at the time had plugged his music into the car, and for whatever reason, it didn't go for the speaker. He got out of the grocery store and pulled out, and all of a sudden, this music came on, blaring super loud at the same time that I was pulling out into traffic. And I literally jumped out of my body for a second. Like, I was out of my body and kind of at the roof of my car. And I had a split second of being like, oh my God. And I hit my car, I'm dead. And then I thought about my son, and I realized that I wasn't dead, and I came back into my body. But what that made me realize is that when my time comes, I am one of those people who will jump ship as soon as the impact or something happens. Which is actually kind of a common thing. A lot of times, there's the guys in violent situations will often describe, maybe they're in a car accident, and they will describe being outside of their body, immediately after impact. In fact, years ago, I had a young woman come through who's a spirit, and she had hit a guardrail and then went into the river impact. And I didn't tell her parents, and I was talking about that, she died on impact after she kept killing me, she didn't drown. And there was no water in her lungs. So she's one of those people who she popped out as soon as, instead of experiencing the heavy pain of death, sometimes people will just, especially if they're older souls, they'll pop out. That's because they can describe it.
All right, ready to come back and take calls with you. We will do readings and questions. You ask her a question, of course. You will not talk about your dealings, of course.
I've got something coming up right now.
The American now of the Banana Republic. The American president has been indicted. It never happened before. Now Newsmax Rob Smith, posing political attacks on Donald Trump and America's law. Tonight, on the big witness players, including billionaire Joe Soros, targeting Trump. Meanwhile, he says new documents prove the Biden family are staffed in China. But the big media, he says, is ignoring the kidnapped from Naked Pictures since the keep it back on DirecTV is over. Plus, the feedback on Roku, Samsung, Vimeo, Pluto, Zumo, and more. Download the Newsmax app for free on your iPhone. Or it's free. Start watching anytime, anywhere. Plenty of people watch Newsmax, you should too. And your friends and family tune in today and watch Rob Smith tonight. You locked your cat up to the tree?
Yeah, it's right up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get into it.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where is your mouth and face?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called up to clean out your showers.
What?
They were off the tree, too.
Really?
Your dream was really strong. That's enough. And we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So what? Really?
Try to every day. We're leader heroes.
Wow.
We just share you in a stage cleaning up. Go on.
Don't stop being good.
Before a hero dies.
If you don't have a question, all years ago, come in for that. Go on that. LibertyLand.com.
Recording. Recording. Ignorance is bliss. We have zero bliss.
That was Night World, Good World, Bye-bye.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live on the iHeartRadio app. Not enough signatures. I'm Green Tenant. In a KFI 24-hour newsroom. An effort to recall Kevin De Leon from the LA City Council has failed. Organizers did not secure enough signatures to file the recall election. That means De Leon will finish out his term, which ends in December of 2024. A Panorama City man has been convicted of several charges in connection with the Capitol riot. 28-year-old Edward Medallion is in pretrial release. He'll be sentenced July 21st. A Ventura County man has been sentenced to 12 years in prison for lewd acts upon a child. Officials say 55-year-old Raymond Dural from Parker, Colorado, had sexual contact with an underage victim in Ventura County between the years 2007 and 2012. Former President Donald Trump has pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts related to alleged custody payments prior to the 2016 election. He spoke after arriving back at Mar-a-Lago.
Incredibly, we are now a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. We can't let that happen.
The massive statewide snowpack is doing very good for the drought. John Guzman, manager of the Department of Water Resources, says flooding is now the new concern.
This year's statewide snowpack will probably be either the first or second biggest snowpack on record. We're currently forecasting record-breaking spring snowmelt.
President Joe Biden is extending an invitation to the national champion UConn men's basketball team to visit the White House. And SpaghettiOs has released a brand new flavor, and it's all for you millennials. It's called SpaghettiOs Spicy Original, and it's looked with Frank's red hot sauce. Southbound weather for KFI. Sunny today, the highs reaching the mid-to-upper 60s. Right now it's 50 in Tustin. Fullerton also at 50, 49 for Northridge, and 54 in Long Beach. We read local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Green Tenant.
Big coast of Asia, there is a full freeway closure. This is on the 405 north south from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Long Beach, we have this news. Earlier cracks that was on the 7th head northbound right after the 405 has been cleared from lanes. Drivers recovering in that area. South LA, there's a work on 105 eastbound from the 110 to Wilmington. 2 left lanes going to be shut down for road work. Stay high, the sky don't get you there faster. All right, man. Hello, Miranda. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday night. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now get top reasons to visit home.
It's not crazy. Get a free money pocket phone and come out.
Number 2,
The legendary Brady live in silence.
and the number 1 reason.
Keep it with sunglasses. And a chance to upgrade your radar. You get 500 points on your reward card. The 10th or 11th.
Rolando, Stockton, they always be charged for emergency backup power. There's only one name. Deputy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on deputies for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or just legendary repair and maintenance service, Deputy Power has you covered. Go to WPower.com, WPower.com. That's WPHIT, Power.com. Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let the Jacoby Meyer take the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims and use the lawyers, then they do it again. And with Jacoby Myers, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one the world of travel is to let them wheel drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. When you take the tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I personally believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need 75 $25,000 or more, HMS Capital helps you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. This is Jacob Emron. You've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24.
We can much think about right now. But right now in front of us is victory over cancer. Right now, cancer research funded by the V Foundation is leading to better treatment and saving lives. When you give to the V Foundation, 100% of your donation goes directly to saving cancer research. Victory over cancer is there for the patient. Are you? Donate at V.org, because today's cancer research is tomorrow's victory.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up. AFI, AM 640. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. And we are with Sally Crow, Spirit Speaker, A Medium's Guide to Death and Dying is the name of her book. Just came out. So we'll be back with your calls. Remember now, 2 things. If you have just a question, just fire away. And if you want a reading, if you want your question, but we will not talk about the aftermath. Have you ever tried to look at your cell phone bill and wonder what all those hidden fees might be? Good plans can be so expensive that it sometimes feels like you're locked into a contract, right? But when you try and get some answers, you can never reach an actual human. You get those recordings. Consumer Cellular happens to be your solution. They've got wireless plans starting at $20 a month, and Consumer Cellular has the most awarded customer service team out there that will make it super easy for you so you can keep the same phone number and phone. Plus, activation is absolutely free. And if you're starting completely from scratch, you'll find that the Consumer Cellular has Disney on it. It's a lot of or that's first. So if you're starting to complete the Consumer Cellular, go to consumercellular.com/Norrie, and for a limited time, get 25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code Norrie. That's consumercellular.com/Norrie. Use promo code Norrie for $25 off. On your identity, because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous when easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. And welcome back to Coast. George Dory with you, Shelly Crow with us for a book that's called Spirit Speaker. Shelly, I almost had a choke down there for a while.
That's okay. I was afraid to see you and right before I came on, so I'm glad it wasn't me.
You're out there in Vermont, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. So it's 4 o'clock in the morning here, and yeah, totally different time zone, and we still have winter.
Well, let's go to the call. And let's start with Bill in Tuolumne, California, west of the Rockies. Welcome to the show. Hi, Bill.
Hey, George. Hi, Sally.
Good to have you with us. How can we help you, Bill?
Well, I just want to say that basically I'm dying. I want to die. I attempted to hang myself today, but it was too uncomfortable.
Oh my gosh, Billy.
I was diagnosed 2 years ago with an obscure degenerative neuromuscular disease. I've been abandoned by my family. My daughters won't even pick up the phone. I've stopped eating now, and I am on opioids, but I just don't want to take the bottle of opioids because sometimes when you plow down pills like that, you have second thoughts.
Sure do.
And I have severe depression. I worked for the school systems over 20 years. I'm used to building things. This disease has taken out my hands. It's under the umbrella of muscular dystrophy, but it's a long, drawn-out story with the divorce. And my daughters, like I say, won't even pick up the phone. And
when did the affliction start for you?
Excuse me?
When did this all start for you?
Well, I've been dealing with depression. I'm 74 now, George. I've been listening since our cell was in Las Vegas, but I've had depression episodes in my adult life, but I've been severely compromised for years now. It's a long, drawn-out, complicated scenario, and I'm tired now, George.
Don't give up on it. We need you.
Well, I just want to ask Sally. I want to ask her. I want to transition. I want to leave. We're all going to die. And I'm a shell of what I used to be. I was a lead singer in a rock band and so on and so on. I have a type A personality, but I've been brought down. And I mean brought down hard. And I've been trying to hang in there. I'm tired, George.
I want to talk
Rabbi.
to you.
Yes, Rabbi.
Tell me, what do you recommend here for Bill?
Well, actually, Bill,
just wanted you to know that I
we've been talking
have
about
a Guinness World Record for most amount of live streaming time, and I'm creating the official NFT documentary. So I've come to the Rivet Room to hear what you have to say, and just want to know if I were someone who's new to the NFT space, would anyone like to tell me why I should invest in the Rivet?
There is a justice dignity act in the state of Vermont. So we actually have a certificate end of life for certain situations. So I understand that sometimes people's physical condition can be so bad that living is very challenging. But I'm with George. I do think that there's a better way of, finding peace inside of yourself and not believing that because when we cross our we still have to process everything that we have done. This means that when we harm ourselves, we got to sit with that. One of the things that's in the book, though, is there is a section that talks about ways to make it easier to start, separating. Mostly it's for people who are at that very end of life. You can do things like change what your focus is on, spending more time thinking about the people who are waiting for you. But it's never easy. Meditation does help. It also helps us to prepare for crossing. So if there's fear that's holding you back, you can find
to some extent, I know information on Komodo and that kind of idea, but please
thinking about
on whatever you have.
your body, the places that we get lost in our body. But I do recommend that you really, think long and hard about ending your own life, because that is really so hard, not only on yourself, but on everybody else. And I understand that there's a lot of distance between you and your loved ones, but ending your life in that way won't make that better.
Bill, can I send you the copy of her book as a gift from me?
Well, that would be wonderful. And what she talked about that scale, and I'm definitely on the 8-9 scale.
All right, I'm going to put you on hold in a second, and you can give your address to me, and I'll mail you off this book myself, okay?
That'd be wonderful, and thank you for speaking to me, family.
What kind of music did you play?
We started some rock and roll bands, the 70s, 80s, Eagles, the Doobie Brothers. We had a CD of our own music and like that. It took us about 10 years, and that's where I met my ex-wife.
Well, Frank was really giving some easy topics about your age, and he's still going strong.
I know. He's on your show.
Yep, absolutely. So let me put you on hold. I do want you to check in with us often. Will you do that for me?
Yeah, I didn't actually mention Cornelius, and he's a lovely person.
You do that. You check in with us. But I'm going to put you on hold, give Gina your address, and we'll mail her off the book. And Sally, thank you for the advice you did.
You're welcome.
Next up, let's go to John in Toledo, Ohio, east of the Rockies. Hey, John, go ahead.
Hi, Sally. Real quick, I'm a Wiccan, and when I became a Wiccan, I learned how to contact spirits with the pendulum. And I'm a security guard, and I work at a hospice sometimes. So I usually work at the Toledo Blaze newspaper building. And there's a guy there. Her name is Mildred Benson, and she's kind of famous. She was a clear reporter for the Blaze, but she also wrote most of the Nancy Drew mystery books. Oh, cool. She's got a good girlfriend that she can channel, and I can contact her the pendulum at the Blaze building. Her name is Dorothy Kilgallen, and she was...
That's Dorothy Kilgallen, the writer?
Yeah, the one that the Kennedy lady. Anyway, the pendulum is such a similar way of communication, because there's only yes and no. And you have advice on any better way of communicating, because they tell you that there's something really important they want to get through, but you and the pendulum are just not up to the task of that.
Sure. Pendulums are a limited tool because they really only give us the yes, no, maybe answers. And we really have to be centered when we use a tool like that, because we can get false answers, because we actually are the pendulum. So, in dowsing, when you learn about any kind of pendulum or working with L rods or anything like that, it's really common knowledge that the person is the actual tool, and that the pendulum is just an extension of you that shows you a more definitive answer. So with that being said, one of the things that I really suggest to anybody is to take things, words like maybe, kind of, and think so out of your vocabulary, so that you are not, like when you do have an experience, most of the time people will be like, oh, I think it was this. And just try saying it without the word change. Instead, say, this is what he is saying to me. And then feel how that registers in your body. I do give some examples and some information for spirit development in Spirit Seeker book, but I would tell you that keeping track in a journal is also going to be helpful because you're learning your own symbolism. Pay attention. One of the things I talk about is using wide-angle vision, which is, if you've ever hunted before, wide-angle vision you use normally because you know that if you look at somebody or an animal with our forward-facing eyes, they can feel us. So we have to use that peripheral vision. That's what we want to use when we're looking for any kind of spirit contact as well. But you may want to think about, keeping like a notebook with you, that journal, and just writing down the thoughts that come to your mind. When I was developing my ability to spirit communication, I found that I had the words in my head, and I just started, I would recommend, I didn't really use a pendulum, but in your case, I would say, if words coming into your mind, use your pendulum for confirmation. So if you're getting like, I feel like he's telling me that, he works here alone a lot at night. And then if you're getting that information, then ask that question, and then use the pendulum for the backup, okay?
And John, if you get any information from Phil Geller, you pass it on to us, okay?
Well, did you tell that Mark Shaw about me too?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm going to put you on hold. You can give Gina your number, okay?
Okay.
And we'll get that to Mark Shaw. Mark Shaw, of course, has written a series of books on Kennedy, Dorothy, Phil Geller, Marilyn Monroe, and he is convinced that somebody killed Dorothy Phil Geller because she was about to release some information about the JFK assassination.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go next to Kyle in Bristol, Connecticut. Close to you. Hi, Kyle.
Awesome. Hey, George. How's it going?
Hey,
Long time listener. Shout out to your guest that you have right here. I just want to say first and foremost, man, I really, really, really feel for the gentleman Bill that just called a little bit ago. I sometimes feel that way myself, and I just want to let you know, Bill, if you're listening. We all go through, a lot of struggles in life. Just try to hold it together, man. Maybe go for a walk. Go do some fishing, something that you like. Go to your favorite restaurant. Listen to some of your favorite music, things that make you happy in life. And that's what I wanted to say to Bill. But great show tonight, George. And I also wanted to ask your guest. In 2021, my little brother Joey passed away. He was 26 years old, and it was from alcohol. They call it spirits and stuff like that. And he just, wasn't himself, and a 26-year-old young guy, And I've never really had like any dreams about him or anything like that. Like after he passed on, I was just wondering if maybe you could tell me anything about how he's doing.
So I'm not really doing spirit communication tonight, but the reason why, and I'll just explain that, is that my spirit communication sessions are really deep, and I don't prefer to do them in just a couple of moments. But I can tell you that when somebody has passed, partially responsible for their own hand, they are put into a healing phase. They are not being tortured. They are not going to hell. They are not being punished in any way, shape, or form. They are put into what I refer to as timeout. And if you think about it like where a child is, you have a child in the timeout there when they need to reflect on their actions, when somebody has experienced deep levels of sorrow and depression, and that leads to that because alcoholism is a secondary issue. Most people who have addiction also struggle with emotional problems prior to that. So your brother is in a place of healing and where there's compassion and where his emotions are turned down so that he can look over the things in his life and see, kind of where he went astray and where he, got led down the wrong path. But your brother is in a place of healing.
Tell us about your book, The Path of the Elemental Witchcraft. Tell me about it.
Okay. So The Path of Elemental Witchcraft is a book on, in many ways, on modern folk magic. And I noticed that somebody said that they were Wiccan. I am not personally Wiccan. I don't identify with witchcraft as a religion, as I do more of a psychic art and connection with the universe. And so The Path of Elemental Witchcraft is 4 books inside of one. It has a book that's 570 pages. And it's a book on water, fire, air, and earth. And each of those books cover divination, communication, healing, and then 2 other subjects per element. And it's filled with stories, but each section has a story and then a technique. So this is meant as a teaching. It's, for people as well, so they can read it the first time through, and it will be stackable. The things they're learning at the beginning of the book will help them at the end of the book. And then after that, you can use kind of like the recipe book. So if you're needing to do a certain thing, you can actually look up what you're wanting to do, and it has directions for how to do it.
Next up, let's go to Tracy in Denver. Hello, Trace. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
It's nice to talk with you guys. I've had a dream and a meditation about a farm that my friends and I want to move to, but we lack the financial ability to do so, and I was just wondering how, if I had this dream and meditation, why it hasn't manifested it, and how I could get it to manifest.
Moving to a 5. Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, manifestation is a lot of work. One of the things I tell people when it comes to magic is that magic is it is science that hasn't been explained, so sometimes we are having precognitive thoughts. One of the things that happens with divination is that we often are way off on our timeline. So something that you might be seeing like, well, I keep having these images, but it's not there. That was one of the hardest things for me to learn in my own skills, and all of my students, I tell them the same thing. There's so many things that I'm prepared for now because I did the work 10 years ago, knowing that I had to do something. The other thing that I would tell you is that this does feel like it is a potential. You're dreaming of a potential, which means that the hard work has to go into it. But I would tell you not to give up because this feels like it's about networking. So maybe you're the person with the idea, but not the person who's necessarily good at money or at, getting a loan or planning in that sense. So my suggestion would be for yourself and the other people, as you said, that friends are also interested in that, to really sit down and do the work. Because like, one of the things I used to tell my kids when they were growing up was that God doesn't help the lazy. And I refer to God in the bigger sense of God, universe, whatever you want to call it. But what I meant is that we can sit and pray or we can do all the spell work we want, but if we're not doing any practical thing about it, nothing's going to change. So you got to be, okay, I have this premonition, I've had this thought, I know that this is a possibility. Now I can go around the steps to help make it so. So for example, when somebody has a psychic reading, they're really seeing what is most likely to happen if they stay on the path that they're on. And if they don't like the way that things are going, they can work to change it. So this means that nothing is set in stone. We are not, the pawns of fate. We have things that are on our agenda, if you will, which means these are things we want to do, we want to accomplish, they can come up in our life, but it's still going to require us to do some, like physical work and brainstorming. But I would tell you in looking into this, that this looks like you're standing at the gateway where there's opportunity, but it's going to take work.
We're going to come back and take final calls with you, Sally, in a moment on Coast to Coast.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
I'm Bree Tennant in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Attorneys representing 321 unnamed LAPD officers have filed legal action against the city of LA. They say the city leaked profiles and pictures of some of the officers working in undercover assignments that breach forced several operations to stop. Some officers say they're now receiving threats because their cover has been compromised. The U.S. Postal Service is hosting 7 more job fairs this month. They're looking to hire full and part-time positions. You must be at least 18, pass a background check, and be able to work weekends and holidays. The next job fair is tomorrow at the LA Processing and Distribution Center in LA. Former President Donald Trump is pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts. And get ready for Stretch the Fifth. DreamWorks says they're working on it. Southline weather for KFI. Sunny today, highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 49 in Brea, Newport Beach at 51, 46 in Simi Valley, and 44 in Riverside. We lead local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennant.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure, 405 northbound from the 7th Street to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Glendora, this is all the East south at Sunflower. Little fender there. That's how the lanes are on the right shoulder. Watch for delays as you approach. Montebello, there is a work zone that's on the 16th bound from Finley to Rose Creek Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI of the Child, get you there faster. I'm Brian Grant. Hello, Rolando. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. Now I'll get top reasons to visit home.
It's not crazy. We are playing money chocolate bunny.
Number 2.
The legendary Bunny Mystery. Rob, this fire.
And the number 1 reason.
Get the quick thunder. There's panic chance to outbid the Raven. When you earn 500 points on your reward card, the 10th or 11th.
Rolando, good time.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number 1 rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price was right, it should be. Right. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got negative. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environments, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning, breathtaking, and even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people argue with the 18-year-old girl sports controllers to go to church. Still handle 16-year-old. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
On our next Coast to Coast program, Robert Jubilant joins us. He's the one who heads up the Mars Society, but he wants to talk about nuclear power and why we should continue to go to it. So we'll be talking with him about that. And then Ken Foster joins us later in the program to talk about courage, wisdom, and another chance to follow your greatest dreams here on Coast to Coast AM. Beyond Belief, that is our television program. I invite you all to watch a few free episodes at beyondbelief.com. Take advantage of that. And then hopefully you'll sign up to watch all of them. Beyondbelief.com and our YouTube channel up and running for you. 550,000 signed up members. Go to YouTube and in the search bar type in Coast to Coast AM Official. It's got to be like that, and you can subscribe. It's free. Or if you're on our website, just click the YouTube icon, and that'll get you to it as well. Here, of course, is something to build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products to the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorder, or your age, creating your body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of getting stems and adaptive stems together, supporting the body to do the best it can do.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking adaptive stems and immune stems?
The immune stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better. Most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogenic immune stem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
If you want to improve your aim, you need a Matrix X. The Matrix X has improved viability dramatically and is a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Matrix X is a high-tech and easy-to-use system used extensively by the military, for example, that improves their marksmanship and gives them the confidence in their ability to protect what they carry. You simply attach the Matrix X to your firearm and connect with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It's amazing technology. And it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. The Matrix X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket, with 94% of those improving within 20 minutes using Matrix X. And the best part is, you can use it at home. The best in the world to dry fire practice at home. The Matrix X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range or spending money on range fees and ammo. You'll improve and save a ton of money. Start improving now. Get yours at MatrixX.com. MANTIX. MatrixX.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you're facing IRS debt you can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of the new Taxpayer Relief Initiative to free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing, the IRS has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. You may qualify for significant tax savings. An open phone line has been established by Community Health for consumers to call and see if they qualify. The service number is stored in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-508-0328. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or you even have years of unfiled tax returns, you may now find the relief that you need. Call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-508-0328. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-508-0328 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-508-0328.
And welcome back to Coast. George Dory with Sally Crow. Her website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com, and her latest book is called Fearless Speaker, A Medium's Guide to Death and Dying. Sally, when you're with somebody who is at the moment, what do you recommend? What do you say to them?
Oh, I let them know that their loved ones are already in the room with them, and that, if I am there in person, I can usually, I can see who's there with them and can tell them, that your mom is waiting for you, or, but for somebody who may not have still in mediumship, know that there are always there to come for somebody, and that's one of the ways that you can help to start giving them some comfort, is to help them to know that they are not, that they are going on to be with other loved ones who they have met and loved and longed for.
Okay, great. A message for you, Bill, out there listening. We've got the Sally's book all bundled up for you. It will go out in the mail tomorrow. You should get it in a couple days, and hopefully you will enjoy the read. Brendan in Austin, Texas, take it away. Hi, Brendan.
Hey, thank you guys so much. And Bill, I have something for you real quick. I know normally we don't give out websites on the air, but I talked to Gina about this and she checked it out and it's good. There's a website I got to tell everybody about, not just Bill. I'm sure that it's going to help a lot of people, but it's called 7cups.com. It's free therapy. There's volunteers who you can talk to 24/7.
Spell it out, Brendan. Spell it out.
The number 7, CUPS.com, 7cups.com, and you can also pay for more professional help, but it's free, and I know it takes internet. So if you don't have internet, you can try to find a local support group to try to help you guys. But I talked to suicide victims through EDT, which is like electronics, and they've all told me that they were not happy that they did it. And they were all surrounded by demon activity, and a lot of them say that they're trapped. But yeah, that was really tough, and I just want everybody to get some help. But so my question was, is there a difference between an empath and a medium? Because I've had a lot of experiences. I know I'm an empath, but is there a difference?
What's the big difference? How many of you know?
Yeah. So I actually describe psychic ability and like steps. So a medium is an empath, but not all empaths are mediums. So empathic ability is the first level of psychic ability that we experience, meaning that there are far more empaths than any other form of psychic out there. And an empath is somebody who feels other people's emotions, sometimes even feels their physical problems. A medium has a more heightened psychic development or psychic awareness. I describe the fact that there are two factors in medium performance: ability, which is what we are born with, and somebody can be a natural medium without any training, and they're still going to have experiences happen to them regularly, so usually haphazardly. And skill is that developed methodology in which the natural, medium who has that ability, the empath is not necessarily going to be a medium, but mediums are all empaths.
Go to Michael in Westfield, New Jersey. Michael, you're up with us. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm very impressed with your scientific, non-egotistical way of speaking.
and it occurred to me that you truly do care about people. So I'm working on, my question is, I'm working on a music project. I'm wondering how lucrative you feel it may be if the person is, I don't want to give out their name, but I'm just wondering how you feel if I'm working with the right people.
Are you like the producer, Michael, or what?
No, I'm the composer.
Oh, you are? Good for you. Go ahead, Sally.
Yeah, the first part I think this is something that you have to do. Because when I use tarot and runes, I do the 8 chords for you, and 8 is from your karmic, which means those are lessons you've chosen to learn. That also means that there is more likely or more support for it to happen too. So you are in a good time to be working on this project. It feels like people that you're working with are helpful. It does feel like there will be bugs that have to be worked out, but for the most part, this feels like a really positive thing. And it feels like if you weren't doing it now, it would just keep coming up and coming up and coming up until you made yourself do it. So that's kind of how I see karma, is like these lessons on our agenda, and this is one for you, and the project you're working on is actually really important to you on a soul level.
Michael, if you ever cut a CD, get it to us. We'll put it on Emerging Artists on a Sunday, okay?
I could also, write something for you if you're interested in that.
That might be. You do know I sing. A little I cannot. So keep in touch with us. That'd be fun. Debbie's with us, Long Island, New York. Hey, Dennis, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, George. Yeah, hi, Sally.
Hi.
Sally, I just have a question. I'm very unhappy in my geographic location where I reside, and I've been thinking many, many times over, for the longest time now. I would like to do a geographic, residence change, and I just don't know, I'm not sure about it. I hesitate, and I just would like to know what you think, and practically intuitively. All right? I was thinking about going down south, maybe to Florida.
Yep.
I think I don't know. What you think?
Well, it looks like you're in transition right now, and that it does look like the first thing that I thought was you be too close to water. That doesn't mean you have to live on the ocean, but it means you got to be in a place that there's lots of water. So when you're saying Florida, that sounds good. You need sunshine and you need water. And you're in transition, so you're going to probably need to give yourself, like what I usually recommend to somebody when they're having a hard time making that decision, is to literally put a date on your calendar that, by that time I'm going to know what I want to do. And you're going to flip-flop back and forth. But I do think that the move to Florida in particular would be a good one for you that feels like you'd be amongst, more people who are of the same kind as you, where you feel like you've got your people around you.
Sally, when you say this, is it some spirit guide that's giving you the info, or is it coming straight from you?
No, this is coming straight from me. So I see some people who are psychic and medium, it's all through spirit, but for me, my abilities are separate. So my ability to foresee or to look into the unseen world is a separate ability in which it's me looking. Sometimes I have a spirit of mine using like Peter will tell me something if it's not making sense to me, because he's also psychic, and he'll be like, hey, look at it like this. But most of the precognitive stuff is just me, and spirit communication is, I look at it like 2 different hallways.
Next up, Jesse's with us, truck driving somewhere in Texas, first time caller. Hi, Jesse, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Dory. Miss Bro.
By the time I got to you, you're probably out of Texas by now, right?
Oh, Texas is a good state.
It is a good state, but you've been on hold for a long time.
Yeah, well, I'm down in Colin. I'm up here as weather for Texas.
Okay.
So anyway, kind of wondering, I've been divorced going on, 7, 8 years now. Just kind of wondered if I ever gonna find someone to.
I'm the right person, huh?
Yeah, sure.
What do you see there? A little romance there for Jesse, Sally?
Well, actually, I do. You know, like you have the lovers is the card that I drew for you. Part of it is that you've changed a lot. So one of the things that I would recommend is to actually take. You have a tendency to be drawn towards people who it ends up being a really unbalanced relationship because they usually are carrying a lot of damage and you're doing a lot of the work, and so you've kind of been pushed aside from relationships. And you've done a lot of thinking, and so you have a better idea of what you're looking for. My suggestion would be to make a list of what you're looking for. You don't have to like carry around in your back pocket, but there's two things I tell people. One, we carry that information in our aura. So when we don't know what we're looking for, our aura says what we had last. And if what we had last wasn't good, you don't want to keep attracting that kind of stuff. So, you know, think about making a list of the things you're looking for in a partner. I'd also tell you that you are probably not going to meet somebody through a dating service. Your best bet is to ask 5 friends who don't hang out with each other to invite you over for dinner with another friend that they know is single. No strings attached, but at the end of the evening, you like hanging out with each other, you can pass information. I think that this summer, particularly around August, September, it looks like there's more opportunity for you than not. Okay?
All right, good luck, Jesse. Next up, we go west of the Rockies. State of Washington, Clarice is with us. Hello, Clarice. How are you? That was my Anthony Hopkins impression. Go ahead, Clarice. Hear them. He's gone. Wow, there she is. Go to Joshua in Rancho Cucamonga, California. Hey, Josh, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. So real quick, so I was in a situation where I was going up a bridge, and the next thing I remember, the raindrops were hitting my face, and everything was pitch black. Well, there was a voice talking to me, and me replying saying, "Can you give me one more chance to come back and make amends with my friend and do things right?" So after a bunch of times of me repeating that, I woke up in the operating room, and then I woke up. So my question is, who or what did I make the deal with, and what was the deal?
Who do people make deals with like that, Charlie?
Often it is more that you meet with somebody who I say is like a family member, who I call them like the matriarch or patriarch of the family. They, you know, because we're all these different souls, but there's somebody who helps you to check in, you know, like I talked about earlier, my sister, that was my grandmother. You didn't really make a deal, in the sense that you know, signed in blood on the dotted line. Instead, you have to look at this that you were given another chance, and that it's up to you to make it right. You didn't make it, you know, some kind of pact in which you've now endangered your soul in some way, shape, or form. You just were given another chance. And making the best of it is going to not only help your soul to advance, but it's also going to help your child's soul.
Thanks, Josh. Next up, Amy's with us, Buffalo, New York. Hey, Amy, how are you?
Hi, I'm very good. I can't believe I got food. I'm just a food place. Thanks for taking my call. I know there's only a couple minutes, so I am an impact, and I know I have a lot of the clears and the cancer, but I don't know how to hone it, how to use it for good. I mean, I use tarot cards for people, and I do stuff like that, but I keep thinking in the future all the time, but what's the good if you don't know how to use it to help people? You know, do you have any recommendations of where I could go to find students or get real good guidance of how to use these powers? One of the things I would recommend is actually my book that George mentioned earlier, The Path of Elemental Witchcraft. A Weird Woman's Book of Shadows. It has tons of teaching techniques. Literally, I will tell a story, and then I will give you a teaching technique. There are 4 different sections, one for each of the elements that's on divination, and there's stuff on communication so that you can learn some techniques to hone your skill. I also offer classes online and in person, so if you sign up for my mailing list, you'll know what I'm teaching when I am. But you're just ready, you need to get a little bit more education so you can fine-tune what you're doing.
Sally, as we wrap things up, I want you to have the final word here. What do you recommend to people who are just trying to make it through life and have a good time?
Well, I think that we're living in a time where there is a lot of heaviness. We all know that, between climate crisis and political crisis and all those different things that are happening in our world. And one of the things I try to tell people is that we need more joy, we need more laughter, we need more creativity. We are here to live. And yes, we have hardships, but I believe that people are spiritually starving. We are in a lot of ways, a secular world where a lot of, like that mass religion has started to fall away. And people are really searching because we are missing something. And spending time, even if it's just, meditation, walking in the woods, sitting in your bathtub and breathing, playing, dancing, doing art, all of these things are really necessary and important to living a healthy and happy life and making changes in this world we're living in.
Sally, first time on the program, you did a great job. Come on back.
Thanks a lot. I enjoyed being here. Thank you, George.
Good luck with the book, Spirit Speaker, A Medium's Guide to Death and Time. For Dan Galante, Gina Salvati, Tom Van Eyser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Loza, John Rodasula, Stephanie Smith, Chris Paul, Sindanal, George Knapp, and Ian Pundit, I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price was right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take a tactic that allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Tina, get what you've always wanted from your home. Safe and delicious drinking water from every tap. A Light Source whole house water system removes 99% of chlorine and other contaminants for delicious water and softer skin air. No maintenance, no salt. And now on a food credit, own a Light Source system for as low as $75 a month. Call Light Source today at 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Or collectibles are fine art. Meet Cindy. You've been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been doing the tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just pays more.
Here's a great example of the great difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around and I offered me $100. I bought it tangible and paid $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible treats me as well as would be the person coming in with, $10,000 for the gold.
Tangible Investment owner Phil DeGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Phil guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. We go through all the that's going on. So we can tell you just the you need to know. You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Listening King, I'm Bree Kenneth, in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Carson City Council was offered a $100,000 reward for the safe return of a 16-year-old girl missing since New Year's Day. Olinka Castaneda was last seen entering an unknown vehicle. She contacted her family about 3 weeks later, saying she was unable to leave her location. She then directed the family to pick her up at Union Station, but she never showed. An effort to recall Kevin DeLeon from the LA City Council had failed. Organizers did not secure enough signatures to prompt a recall election. That means DeLeon will finish out his term, which ends in December of 2024. A Panorama City man has been convicted of several charges in connection with the Capitol riot. 28-year-old Edwin Vidalian is on pretrial release. He'll be sentenced July 21st. Metrolink is offering free train rides for Earth Day. That comes up April 22nd. Head to the app for the pass. Former President Donald Trump is pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts related to alleged hush money payments prior to the 2016 election. Also yesterday, an appeals court has ordered Stormy Daniels to pay $122,000 of Donald Trump's legal fees. It all wrapped up in connection with a porn actor's sales defamation lawsuit. And a pair of former Oklahoma jail guards who forced inmates to listen to Baby Shark as punishment and put on probation. Mark Mayfield has more.
The judge also ordered them to pay a $200 fine. Gregory Butler Jr. and Christy Miles both pled guilty to a misdemeanor cruelty charge, and investigation played the children's music loudly on a loop. One victim said he had to listen to Baby Shark for 2 hours.
San Capistrano, 47, 51 for Redondo Beach, and 50 in Hollywood. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Houston, there is a full freeway closure 405 northbound from the 73 Fairview all the way to the shutdown for road work until 5. And in Glendora, this is on the 210 eastbound at Sunflower. We have cleanup crews from an earlier crash. Out of lanes and on the right shoulder, you're seeing delays from Grand Avenue. And in Montebello, there is a work zone 60 eastbound from Finley to Rose Street Boulevard. 3 right lanes going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI and Child get you there faster on Brian's van. Hey, all is Steve Sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for powering the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs, whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHIE Power.com. Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let the Jacobian minor take the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims can use a lawyer. Let me do it again. And with Jacobian minors, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacobian minors. Justice for you since 1972. You probably already know that Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand at German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit RosettaStone.com to purchase one and learn for life. Rosetta Stone. How language is learned. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital helps you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution. 255-5698, 833-255-5698. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. Kelly in the Morning, Rover's Morning Glory, Booker and Striker, all of the once-in-a-lifetime events. All the all of the best free entertainment. Nobody does it better. All of the great podcasts for every interest.
This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing content.
20 pounds awesome.
All of your favorite superstars. We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Jackson Austin. Kevin Costner. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. CFI, AM 640. From the city of Angels, near the Pacific Ocean. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, Jeff and John. Once again, welcome WBAL News Radio 1090 and 101.5 FM in Baltimore, Maryland. Great to have you aboard. Here's what's happening. Authorities in the Mexican resort of Cancun say they have found 4 dead bodies in the city's hotel zone near the beach. No immediate information on the nationalities or identities of the victims. The announcement of the death came less than a week after a U.S. tourist was shot in the leg in a nearby town of Porto Orales. Old President Donald Trump pleaded not guilty in a New York City court today after being charged with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. The charges, which are related to hush money payments made during the 2016 presidential campaign, came out of Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's years-long investigation. Bragg has alleged that Mr. Trump repeatedly and fraudulently falsified New York business records to conceal criminal conduct that hid damaging information from the voting public during the 2016 presidential election. The former president spoke to supporters in his Mar-a-Lago residence in Florida today as well. Dr. John Curtis, onlinecolumnist.com with us here. John, what's your overview take of all of this?
Well, don't you find it odd that everything, all of these big crimes that are committed, by the way, these are normally misdemeanors in New York State. Anything related to bookkeeping or, improper documentation, that kind of thing. They don't rise to level of felonies. Yet when it comes to Trump, they've all been upgraded to felonies by Brown per charge. But the irony, George, is that none of this has anything to do with Trump's presidency. It has to do with an alleged affair. I say alleged because he's never admitted to it. Back in 2006, and then a nuisance payoff that was stated categorically by the star witness, Michael Cohen, that he made the payment to dismiss Stormy Daniels, not out of, this explicitly, that he made the payment not from campaign funds, but from his own. So the case against Donald Trump is a very weak, tenuous case. And it's been admitted to be that way by most legal experts. And yet, how is it that a DA that ran on a premise that he was going to get Trump is not being questioned by this judge, Juan Merchan, in Manhattan, to say that, number one, why are you upgrading normally misdemeanors to felonies? And why is it that, you make campaign promises that you're going to get President Trump? How is that for the American, judicial system to go after somebody for political reasons, or to spend a year and a half on the special investigation, essentially concluding that Trump was the one who organized it and planned for it, even though they have zero evidence to prove that. So I think what you're you're looking at here is a broken judicial system where now politics basically has corrupted the media. It has corrupted the Congress in terms of things having any objectivity, and certainly the criminal justice system right now that is weaponized. So I think that's what comes up here. And George, I think this judge, if he has any integrity, will toss out this case when they file motions to dismiss these charges, because there's nothing there other than just politics.
Now, there are other possible cases against Donald Trump as well. Would you, if you were him, drop out of the presidential campaign?
Absolutely not. And I think that, the statement he made at Mar-a-Lago tonight was a very strong, forceful statement by Trump that shows that he really hasn't lost a beat in these years since he's been president. But more importantly, that he's not going to take these charges lying down, and it's not going to stop him from running. And I think it's going to be very difficult politically right now for any other Republican candidate under these conditions to launch any kind of competitive campaign against him.
And if you were President Joe Biden, would you pardon Trump right now and just say, for the good of the country, I want this to go away?
Well, what I would do, I certainly would consider it, but I know that that's not in the cards for
a smart political move for him. John, thanks. John's website, onlinecolumnist.com. Johnson & Johnson has agreed to pay, get this, $8.9 billion to settle tens of thousands of lawsuits alleging that the talcum powder in its iconic baby powder and other products cause cancer. The amount dwarfs Johnson & Johnson's original offer of $2 billion. The stress on the financial sector caused by 2 bank failures in the United States last month is still a threat. It should be addressed by reimagining of the regulatory process, according to J.P. Morgan Chase's CEO, Jamie Dimon. We'll check in with our expert, Charles Coffin. Charles, it hasn't gone away yet, has it?
No, they say there's going to be repercussions for years, but it's a nice way of putting it. It's more like crisis, contagion, whatever. George, we know the Fed has been raising rates to slow the economy, leading to recession, as we see, and also to bring down inflation. But it also has caused the long-duration bonds to lose their value, and this has led to these recent bank failures. They have about $6 trillion bonds in that sector. $620 billion is unrealized losses. What took down Silicon Bank, Valley Bank, was about $20 billion. So we've seen $1 trillion removed from the big banks. I guess the billion, maybe in money markets or whatever, billions have been withdrawn from the regional banks. So there's still a risk of bank runs after. I think the Fed Treasury now are just trying to manage this with the term funding program, but I think QT is officially over. If they can't raise rates like they thought they could in May in this environment, the Fed was shrinking their balance sheet, I think about $600 billion. But quickly they just added another $400 billion. So, they're never going to have success in reducing the balance sheet with all that bonds and MBS and everything else. Probably even comparing this, to 2008 when you had Bear Stearns collapsing, and it was in March of that year. And then there was a stock rally for about 2 months. And about 4 months later is when we saw Lehman Brothers went under because people thought the threat was over. And it was in actually June of that year, Bernanke said the risk of the economy has entered a substantial downturn seems to have been diminished over the past 2 months or so. To say things have been fixed is just not the case with fractional reserve banking. You think they would have seen in the recent bank stress test taking into account rising interest rates. After all, this is what happens, But I guess ever since the Glass-Steagall was repealed in 1999, I've already put this in my book, banks have been taking on more risk with positive money. And that's what we have now. A real model for banking reform would be the Bank of North Dakota, which is interesting. They operate more like a public utility, and it's state-owned, it has no shareholders, it makes low interest loans to businesses. It's very successful, never had a failure. And it's the only bank like it in the U.S. There's several around the world. It's the only one, that we know I doubt we'll see any of that, and the risk in the banking sector is just going to continue. And today, George, we saw gold actually break $2,000 finally. It's only been higher than that about 7 days in history. Silver is also making some gains here. So looks like this might be the year we see precious metals, people seeking it out as a safe haven. I know we're also heading into recession in this year. We've seen all the indexes going down, factory orders and shipping, job openings dropped to a 3-year low today. And it's a pretty tough time out there right now for people. According to the Census Bureau, I think about 18 million people are living in less than 13,000 a year. Wow. That is, I don't know how they do it. And half the labor force have more than one job. So this is what stagflation looks like, and probably what we're going to continue to see out there.
How do people get your newsletter, Chuck?
Yeah, it'll be out in a few weeks. Go to idcconsultinggroup.com, just go down to the bottom there and sign up.
You got it. Thanks. For decades, scientific studies suggested moderate drinking was better for people's health than not drinking at all. It could even help them live longer. The new analysis of more than 40 years of research has now concluded that many of those studies were flawed and that the opposite is true. This is what they're saying. The review found that the risks of dying prematurely increased significantly for women once they drank less than 2 standard cocktails containing 1.5 ounces of distilled spirits, 2 12-ounce beers, or 2 5-ounce glasses of wine. And the risk to men increased significantly when they had just over 3 drinks a day. Astronomers have detected a repeating radio signal from an exoplanet and the star that it orbits, but both located 12 light years away from Earth. The signal suggests that the Earth-sized planet may have a magnetic field and perhaps even an atmosphere. But I don't say, though, whether it might have life. In a moment, questioning spirituality, Eldon Taylor back with us on Coast to Coast AM. If you struggle with getting good reception in your home, T-Crane's CC Wi-Fi free internet radio is the solution. Here's why the CC Wi-Fi free is so special. The audio is better than any smartphone in the world, and you can listen to my show. It has more than 30,000 radio stations from all over the United States and the world for your discovery. You won't have to sign up for an app, and there is no microphone. There are no ads on the screen, no monthly fee, and it has full-size remote control. It has superior reception for a much greater distance from your router. You can get the CT 800-522-8863, or you can visit T-Crane online at tcrane.com. Also available at Amazon for quicker shipping. Visit T-Crane online and sign up for the T-Crane newsletter. tcrane.com. Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited talk and text with flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service team makes switching easy. You keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carrier, with coverage to over 99% of the nation. And this is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Also, with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori, and for a limited time, get $25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code Nori. That's consumercellular.com/Nori, and use promo code Nori for $25 off. Hey, and welcome back to Coast. George Nori with you. Eldon Taylor back with us. Has been researching the power of the mind for 25 plus years. Considered to be an expert in the areas of hypnosis and subliminal communication. For over 10 years, Eldon specializes in criminalistics, where he has supervised and conducted investigations and testing to detect deception. And now he is also the president and director of Progressive Awareness Research. He has developed and patented the inner talk technology, been demonstrated by numerous universities to be very effective. We'll talk about that in a moment. And his latest book is of questioning spirituality. Is it rational? Leads a higher power. Eldon, my friend, welcome back.
It's good to be back. It's been a while.
It's been a couple of years, my friend. That's too long for us. You used to come on all the time. How have you been?
I've been very good, thanks. I've been busy, but really good.
Give me an overview of questioning spirituality. Book.
Well, the bottom line comes down to this, I guess. I have people, wonderful young men. They went off to a public housing. They left here spiritual. They came back with their STEM degrees, both are engineers, atheists.
Really?
Now, when I was a boy, I was raised in a very religious family, and I did all the things that you're supposed to do, and in order to be a good religious young man within that faith. And I had a lot of questions. So I took those questions to a seminary class, and in those days, seminary was attached to the high school. So as my 7th period class, I walk across the bridge to a separate building and take the seminary class. I asked a lot of questions to perturb the instructor, and so when grades came out, I got an F.
Because you asked a few questions.
All the tests I'd taken, all the papers I turned in, I couldn't regurgitate the material. They were all A papers, so I took this to the principal of the high school, and he brought over the people from the seminary, the president of the seminary, and the particular instructor, Pedersen was his name. And they agreed to give me my A if I never came back. So for me, I was effectively excommunicated in my mind. I dropped out of church at that time, and I probably would be pretty atheist up to some events in my life. But as my life unfolded and I had my own experiences, I started looking at the arguments for a higher power. Well, when both of my sons came out of school, both of them, with the idea that believing in a higher power is comparable to what many so-called critical thinkers call the Santa Claus analogy. Meaning simply a critical thinker is going to look at, an all-powerful God and say things like, well, if he's all-powerful, can he build a rock so large you can't lift it? An all-good God that's also all-powerful, well, if that's the case, he could have created Adam with a perfect will instead of a deficient will. All those kinds of questions, my son came away atheistic. So I took it on myself to spend hours and hours with both of them, but principally my youngest. And as we did, I learned all the reasons that so many, particularly young people, millennials and Gen Z, have moved away from a belief in a higher power. If they moved away from religion altogether,
did you try to convince them otherwise?
Well, here's the situation. If you look at why they moved away, there are some really good reasons. I lost my phone, George. I'm very sorry. One sec.
You get your phone?
Okay, anyway.
How do you lose your phone?
How'd I lose it?
Yeah.
Pulled it off my desk.
Oh, okay.
I just get to lean back in my chair, and it decided to follow me.
Okay, good. Anyway, the question was, did you try to convince them otherwise?
And the bottom line to that is yes, absolutely yes. But I had to meet them where they were, George. I had to literally go down into the trenches. What is it that you're learning in these secular Ivy League schools that gets you thinking that believing in a higher power is irrational? And in that process, going down with them, actually with appendix of the book, there's a now he's the CEO of the morning, sipping on a shot. We're talking about these issues and how they change kids' lives. Neither one of them ratio today. But, you have to approach the arguments that some people have. And part of it is they're all saying that there's some solution with the world. Everything from planetary warming to the economy, affordability, the discussion of the history of religion, the frustrating with LGBTQ, etc. rights and issues and how religions religious people are handling much of their issues.
Hell yeah, baby. ASAP, baby. I'm working on it. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for more than 666 days. That's more data than anybody has compiled in global history. And when that is made viral, I'm going to make sure that question mark, I was one of the first trillionaires of all time.
Back to 1950, or you go back to 1990, or you just forward to the latest data we have in 2020. It's just, no, we have more and more. So
absolutely. I do it for world peace. I feel world peace isn't discussed enough in society, and I don't want people to have war anymore. I don't feel that you shouldn't be able to put your hands on me and I shouldn't be able to put my hands on you without consent. It's very simple. And really, the way that I want people to talk about this is by generating discussion about world peace. Really, I think if you're aware, data is the #1 resource on Earth. It's more valuable than water, more than gold, more than petroleum combined. Data is the #1 thing that will diversify us. And as of right now, nobody's creating this much content, nor have they ever. And once AI is able to jump in and be able to edit it down, we're going to have a very, very interesting story. I've got
they both wearing a woman by the name of Alice. They both are wearing a blue shirt on the I mean, science.
That's phenomenal.
Hold on for a second, Alvin. We'll pick that up right there.
Yes, 6 angles on YouTube. I have 6 different Chromebooks going, and I have another 27 different devices. So I'm live on 6 different YouTubes right now, 2 different Discords. I'm live on 7 different Instagrams. I'm live on really just I collect data on my life, but I also have a radio going 24/7. So it's essentially one timeline. It's a timeline of what the universe has gone through for the last 2 years. So basically, it goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI. I've been on camera for earthquakes and everything in between. If you can imagine it has happened to you in the regular basis, I have it on camera most likely. And really, when people are able to understand that somebody has their own Truman Show or their own Big Brother, it's going to be very interesting to people.
I'm Bree Pettit in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LAX is back in business after being
on YouTube, it's more than 700 days. And then I also have an archive of terabytes worth of data that I began storing at the beginning.
President Biden approves Governor Newsom's request to boost emergency response and recovery efforts. Attorneys representing 321 LAPD officers are suing the city of LA for making profiles and pictures.
Well, every single day is a gift, so every day that I can actually see myself on the stream is a gift, because, life is important. I would say that some of the interesting things that I've been able to capture, certainly there are things that happen in the world that I'm really glad I've been able to capture, like when AI was launching ChatGPT essentially for the modern age. So we've been able to see it, ChatGPT 1, 2, 3, 4, how it works differently. I record my screen as I use it so that future generations are going to be able to see what their chatbots are in that future day, what they were in the beginning. Can you repeat that? Yes, I do. So I have it write articles. I have it write SEO, essentially brief, frequently asked questions and things like that. I would love to ask it questions. I have a Twitter Blue account, so I can post 4,000 characters. And I like delving into the really interesting parts of society that we don't normally discuss, like anti-gravity, levitation, esotericism, telekinesis, telepathy, really, those kind of things are things that I feel like we should be discussing in current society. And a lot of times we get locked up on debating each other on useless, topics, when really we should be advancing as a society.
It should be. Right. Yeah. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or where you get your podcast.
Hello, Milano. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday or Tuesday. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Most certainly. Give me a few moments and I'll let you know when I've got that story.
Number 2.
The legendary Wayne Whiskey live to Fire.
And the number 1 reason.
Take a name, Songs of Eden. Songs of Eden is one of the most, I would say, talented people I've met on Twitter Spaces. If you haven't had the chance to hear Songs of Eden play the piano, it's really something about what you're missing. And also take a look at his YouTube, because he has just surpassed 25 million views. I may have more content than any person on earth, but I don't have 25 million views. Songs of Eden knows what's up, and if anyone who knows how to make YouTube work for you, Songs of Eden. So check him out if you have the opportunity.
But the big media, he says, is ignoring this scandal. Watch Rob 6 tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific. It's the hottest selling cable. Find Newsmax on major cable stations, even back on DirecTV and Uber. Plus, get Newsmax on Roku, Samsung, Vizio, Pluto, Zumo, and more. Download the Newsmax app for free on your iPhone or Android and start watching anytime, anywhere. Plenty of people
I'm thrilled. I'm ready for it.
Too. Tell your friends and family to tune in today and watch Rob 6 tonight. AFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. The people who committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. They're telling their officially doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Gun and gun, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime.
Have I used any data? Is that what you said? Oh, do I need any more? Well, I'm generally just... I have email lists and essentially for like mass needs that I can send out. That's really the only type of data that I've really stored, and those are people who have essentially shown interest, I would say. I will definitely need assistance with that in the future. Really, the plan is for someone to recognize, wow, this is a really interesting project. No one's ever done this in global history. It's like the Truman Show. It's like Big Brother. They retweet or they see what I'm doing. They tell a friend. Essentially, people start watching it. And it will be the biggest event in global history because essentially we'll all have a common person who can always connect to no matter when your day is and see what they're doing, and we'll essentially be able to grow up together. So I'm not saying that I won't need your help in the future, just right now. Definitely. The ability to just create as much content as possible is very helpful. Generally, when it comes to AI and such, the type of data that I generate is like my ChatGPT logs, and then I publish all of those. Really, I am not someone who necessarily codes, so that's where if I needed some assistance, that's likely where you come in. And what I do is I just turn on 6 different cameras or make sure that they're going every second of the day and allow the world to delve in. So when people, they'll ask me questions on the chat, of course, and I'll be able to answer most of them. But when I'm not, that's when I go to language models and such. Aside from that, I don't know how else I might be able to currently use data. Do you have any ideas how I might be able to do it?
Coast to Coast AM with George Lori.
Correct. So it's on YouTube, but it's also on Instagram and a couple other servers that allow for in-depth archiving.
Saturday, May 27th, we're going to be in the Dalles, Oregon. Looking forward to that for our live stage show at the Granada Theater. 3 special guests, Dr. Sky, Stephen Case, Travis Walton, who was the abductee, and Matthew Moneymaker, the expert on Bigfoot. Looking forward to that. Plus, we'll have some music for you, and it'll be a great show. The show starts at 5 o'clock. We'll have a meet and greet afterwards, so come on out. Full information at coasttocoastfam.com and a highlight reel or the event.
Absolutely. Question that I have is, what individual has the most amount of live streaming time of all time? I have over 150,000 hours live on the internet. I've asked ChatGPT these questions, and essentially I get accounts that are like compilation accounts, like live stream fails or Twitch fails and things like that. But I'd like to know what
works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Choose Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress.
No, I'm actually not the amount of views. Essentially, what I'm looking for is the amount of hours that a person has spent in front of a camera and collected data.
Exactly. Cell where you need to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation. And from the age
it's difficult. I have found it with television. Regis Philbin has about 17,000 hours. Betty White has about 16,000 hours. And again, I have 150,000 hours. I have the most amount of content. Actually, I should say I have the second most amount of content of any YouTube channel. So number one is T-Series, and I'm number two with the amount of hours I have. They have like 230,000 hours, but theirs isn't live. Theirs is a lot of edited content, and it's also all of India. But I'm number two, which is quite something.
And will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogenic and immunostem and your pre-gift relaxer is only available at healthylooking.com.
So world peace is very important to me, and I really felt like the best way to be able to help bring that is to have the discussion publicly with people as to why we don't have it, why we don't talk about it more. But really, it's quite cute how it started. I am a golfer, and I, after work, was aboard Fortune 500, would go to Tiger Woods' golf course here in Orange County, California, and take golf balls. And I began by just recording my golf swings for practical purposes because I wanted to be a better golfer. And I noticed what I was saying was pretty funny, and I realized, in the future, my kids might want to see this stuff. And if I'm able to save it, I probably should. And so I had an unlimited Google account. Basically, I could save as much content to my Google Drive as possible. So I was doing that and saving it all to Google Drive when I really realized I'm helping you. So essentially one day I went to Verizon Wireless, got 4 different cameras, 4 different things, and then from there I brought the live stream home. I realized I should maybe put the cameras in different corners of my room. Then I realized that iOS devices, at least iPhones, are not the best devices on which to live stream because of the fact that the app crashes after 24 hours or so. It's not the most reliable of systems. So then I purchased Chromebooks, and from there we started with 1, 2, 3, 4, and then got up to 6 different live streams at once. And that's basically how I did it. It was really a motivation to record my life, record world peace, but really record my golf course.
For just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers, with coverage to over 99% of the nation. And this is all backed by the 100% risk-free guarantee.
Definitely, it does have some restrictions. So certainly, well, let me say, when I first started, I lived my life like there were no restrictions. So I would be literally naked on camera, and because I didn't have a lot of viewers, no one on YouTube cared. I would alleviate myself on camera, no one cared. I would go to the bathroom, I'd take a shower, no one cared. Then I got, essentially somebody saw that you shouldn't have that on YouTube, and I got my first account taken down. Then I realized I need more accounts. So I ended up creating over 100 YouTube accounts so that no matter if you take down one of my accounts, I've got redundancy up the wazoo, so to speak. And in doing so, I realized that it was smart to have backup of the data. What I have had to adjust is perhaps like if I am going to be naked, I shouldn't necessarily, I am naked on camera, just not on YouTube. So I'll be naked on Twitter, I'll be naked on Discord, which allows it, but not necessarily Instagram and YouTube. So when it comes to your day-to-day things, like when you get changed or shower and do those kind of things, I realize I can't do those kind of things on YouTube. So I do have to adjust a little bit for that. I would say that the things that bother me are the technical aspects. So for instance, when it comes to your Wi-Fi, I'm sure everybody has basically the same kind of Wi-Fi. You get like one Wi-Fi bar, two Wi-Fi bars, or three Wi-Fi. And when it comes to cell service, you get one bar, two bars, three bars, or four bars. I'm at the point where it's 2023, and we've been dealing with this same kind of scale since the 1990s. It really frustrates me because as someone who's live streams their life all the time, I like to know my network capabilities and my connection strength and things. So what I really definitely found is that the thing that prevents anybody from doing this is the amount of data that we can upload. And also my ISP has throttled my upload speed. So if you look at my upload to download speed, my download to upload speed, I have a download speed of 50 megabytes per second. My upload speed is 0.05. So very, very low amount. Now, it wasn't always that way, but essentially, your ISP sees how much you're uploading and they try to throttle you. And they have, but I still am able to get off 6 different YouTube streams all at once, which is important to me. And really, I feel like I'm making a difference in the future of society, that we're able to capture something like a time capsule, but literally people are able to do it in real time, and that's going to be really exciting.
It's more rational to believe than not to believe. That indeed easy shop is employed.
Great question. At 95 is still going. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts too. Am I monetizing it? So actually, YouTube has a monetization program that is, in my opinion, kind of difficult in which to be accepted. So what does that mean? Basically, you'll get paid by YouTube for advertisers will pay you to be on your stream. Well, I applied for this over a year ago. You needed to have something. You needed 2,000 subscribers, which I had, and you needed over 4,000 hours of people watching your stream, which is a hell of a lot of time. And so what I was able to do was meet both of those satisfactory conditions. I sent them my ID, which is something for which they ask. You have to do phone verification. All of these hoops which I jumped, and then they rejected me for their advertising program. And the reason is because my stream doesn't have a theme. It's like Seinfeld, if you remember the show Seinfeld. It's a show about nothing. Well, it's a show about my live stream is a live stream that captures what's going on on a daily basis, but it doesn't advertisers don't necessarily want that. And I have some definite ideas that YouTube has seen that I had other accounts that were taken down for one reason or another, so they did not want to include me in their advertising program. It wasn't like a major deal for me. I didn't want to necessarily, I don't think I'm going to make a lot of money off the YouTube stream. I'm sure I will make buttloads of it. That's not what's important to me. What's important to me certainly are the impacts that I make on society. So essentially, I have tried to do the monetization plan through YouTube, and I was rejected for it. I haven't retried, simply from the fact that I've read that other people, once they do take part in that, they're not, there's something within the algorithm of YouTube actually taking down the number of views that they have. And I have few enough already. I don't want to, lessen that at all by any means. But I am disappointed in YouTube for not accepting me into their monetization, and I really see it as their loss. They're not Elliot. He was put in jail for sentenced to 7 years in jail for making the price of pharmaceuticals from $13 to over about $1,000. And I asked him this question because he's a YouTuber. What is it about the algorithm essentially? And do you feel that it is inhibiting you because of your past and things like that? And he said yes, and it's just YouTube isn't very clear on what its guidelines are and what they want. From what I've learned, they want more TikTok-like information with their YouTube shorts. They want short, easy to digest things. And that's the opposite of what I provide. I provide long-form content, 12-hour videos. The longest video that I have is a 268-hour video. You're not able...
Okay, you want to say consciousness is the emergent consciousness? Well, now wait a minute. Mathematicians talk about emergence. Let's talk about it because you're a mathematician. That's where the term comes from. Math and physics. There's strong emergence and weak emergence. weak emergence, okay, it's going to be a traffic pattern.
It's definitely something I feel that, YouTube wants more people to watch their content, but they're trying to create it with their YouTube shorts for it to be much more like TikTok. And that's not really why people go to YouTube. People go to YouTube for long-form content.
You take all the parts, and you can't make them equal the whole. Now, strong emergence, which is what you have to have for consciousness, arguably doesn't exist. Mathematicians are a disagreement on that. In other words, it's
great question. So I've actually done a few things with shorts. I have like auto clickers on phones that literally will, I think a short, the longest amount could be like 3 minutes or something like that. So every 3 minutes, it will repost a new short on one of my channels. Why do I do that? It's essentially my life in 3-minute increments as opposed to 12-hour increments. Really what I feel is going to be a game changer is a new type of technology. The first time I've ever seen it was today, actually, or yesterday. If you're familiar with the golf tournament from Masters, a normal golf tournament, golf round, will last about 4 hours of time. That's a long time for someone to watch a pretty boring sport, to be honest with you. This new type of AI editing will take a 4-hour golf round and automatically uh, 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 convert it to a 3-minute video. So essentially you can watch somebody's 4-hour golf round in 3 minutes, and it's all done using AI. Once YouTube has that kind of ability, where it can just show you, I have edited videos, and it just takes a very long time. If anybody knows that you're professionals when you do video editing, it can take hours and hours and hours, and then your video, your stream is just you editing video, which is a very exciting item. So I'm really depending on AI in the future to do a lot of that editing for me.
Others to look into the telescope, and they would not believe what they saw. They tried to painted something on the end of the
Absolutely, Discord as well. So Discord allows for video-to-video communication, which a lot of other platforms do not. So obviously, Twitter has Twitter Spaces. You can also have Twitter video. So I'm live on Twitter video right now on a different account, and I would say that there's just not a lot of people who are live on Twitter. If you're going to go live, it's generally on Instagram or TikTok or something like that. But I have found Discord is very beneficial. So, for instance, I would normally get like 1 or 2 people who watch my stream over, let's say, like 4 hours or something. I'm asking one stream, and I got 6 people, but not a lot of people. I have. I tried Kick and Bigo. At least with Discord, I would just have 250 people over the course of the same amount of hours. So, really, when people could recognize that there was video to it was much more exciting to me. I'm right now just a voice on Twitter. However, if I could turn on a button on Twitter, you could see me. It's much more entertaining. And so, when people are able to do that, those absolutely. Oh, so I knew. Oh, I'm sorry. There's Kick, K-I-C-K, and there's K-I-K. So there are 2 different ones.
Well, we're created in the image of God, and we totally have dominion over the animals and so forth.
Yeah, so I have not used that one. I am familiar with it.
What makes us different, to say not to use reason, is insane.
Excellent. After this conversation, I will look into it. Not just look in, but I'll register again. I want to.
I'm an interdenominational minister, actually a Catholic. And sometimes people ask me, what's interdenominational mean? And it simply means if you believe there's a higher power, and that higher power extends itself to you in a way that makes you a better human being.
That's great. I would love that. I appreciate that. I have basically used every type of social media that there is that I've been able to find. So that's how I know that there are 2 different kinds of kicks. I have seen people use that on Twitter Spaces, and I would be very attracted to use it. I'm willing to use anything. I've used Streamlabs, I've used Omelet, basically, it's not that there are a lot of really new ones out there that people aren't using. And in addition to GoToMeeting and Skype and all those other ones, you got it. Absolutely. You're going to be a trillionaire.
Involve you in a larger group. But one of the things I started to say in our first conversation was, You will hear often from atheists
and yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, this, when people know about this, I really think it will be the biggest event in global history. Why? Because basically we'll be able to grow up together. Content is king. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s. And people are at the point now with Netflix and Hulu and Disney Plus that they love to binge things. But there's only so much content that they can get before they get bored. At least with this, no. So I watch all the major media that there's ever been created. So, for instance, Star Wars, Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, James Bond. We not only exactly, you're the content right now. Absolutely. Live.
Sit down and take your hand and hold your hand. The pain level diminishes.
So you would, it's essentially a watch along. So those are very popular on YouTube. Yeah, definitely, or sing along, or we'll go through albums, or we'll read books together. So yeah, it's me watching that or reading it live.
Right? But the spiritual person is doing what? They're holding the hands of the higher power.
So that's a really good point. Right now, currently, YouTube does not allow. Yeah, exactly. Essentially, what I have to do is manually type in what we watch. And honestly, it was probably, I don't think I wrote down Star Wars when I watched it live. It's like, I got 6 different streams going, and I don't have time to, like, manually narrate what we're doing throughout each of them. However, as you may be aware, YouTube provides transcripts for some videos. And once that is expanded, and my scripts are basically searchable, it will be very easy to find. And I can see that happening in the coming months.
Never try to dilute it. Just change the way that many do, the way that I just said, like as an atheist, you can do that.
So I'm looking for something like that, where you just take a YouTube link and put it into a system, some kind of AI, and it produces whatever the amount of content is with the transcript. Excellent. I've seen limitations on this. It's 3 hours. Do you know if it has limitations?
Did he feel lonely? Did he feel surrounded by friends? Probably not. Would the group walker well, the data is on a group basis? I don't know if he would or he wouldn't.
Phenomenal. This is why I need to have these conversations.
The bottom line is, I can't really say that an atheist or an agnostic is likely to be a good person. Michael Shermer, who I've interviewed more than once, not a bad guy. What's that? Not a bad guy. Not a bad guy at all. I've heard Michael call himself an atheist dozens of times. But when I talk to him, he doesn't go that far. He's an agnostic. And the reason for that,
I haven't seen that. I would say, as a little kid, I didn't really care if I was like clothed or naked, or I'd be in my underwear. As a kid, it wasn't really a big deal to me. As an adult, you definitely develop more modesty and such. So for many years, I wasn't in that position. Once I just ended up getting on these streams, and the cameras are literally in your room all the time. It's really hard not to become one. But I don't necessarily like flash the camera or do things like that I think maybe exhibitions might do. It's just I have developed into an exhibitionist because oh boy, it's not
too far on the other side. Yeah, he's so paranormal experience, and he's not quite reconciled that. And he's the kind of guy, he gets his mind already dying. He's a good person, a good human being.
Yep, absolutely. I am not financially independent or anything like that long term. Essentially, I had a 6-figure income for the first year of the stream and built up savings with that in order to do it full time. And so I'm just living off my savings, and I live very modestly. And when it comes to I know there was a question about my business as well. When it comes to that, that's had to be on fun. I have definitely been with a lot of women and have really great relationships with them. I couldn't do this live if I hadn't. If I ever screwed someone over really badly or hurt someone, I couldn't go and put my entire life out there because there'd be retribution for my actions for that. I haven't done that to anyone, and so I can live my life basically very free. And I really feel like once people find this out, there's a certain psychological aspect to life where the more you see someone on camera, the more attractive they become to you. And so I really feel like, at least when it comes to my dating life, I'll be one of the most eligible bachelors in the world when this becomes viral. And great question. I've gotten a lot of requests to do it. They're usually small, like I don't know, CBD companies or like THC companies. No one Bluetooth. No, I would definitely be interested. No, I mean, I'm a born salesperson, so essentially whatever I've got, I rep it very hard. I mean, I can tell you this: I've had some NFTs that have been given to me, and so I definitely, but that's not the sponsorship. But anything anybody's given to me, I definitely do my best to promote it. And additionally, I have aspects of the stream if I wanted in the future. I have a television behind me. I could always put things on there. Really, in the future, like we see cameras in only 2 dimensions right now. You don't realize there will be cameras in the future that will be able to show you naked. They'll be able to read what's going on in your mind. They'll be able to zoom in very, very clearly and closely so that you'll be able to like almost see microscopic parts of people. We aren't really recognizing what the camera holds in the future.
Imagine how it can help your family health.
Yes, yes, absolutely. So,
air quality monitor. Visit ekpure.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your environment.
I have very good, digital friends who we interact every day. I don't have anybody buy them or anything like that, and I haven't necessarily invited anyone over just because it's if they wanted to.
How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life, but you can know how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually
you mean like who are the people with whom I'm interacting? Are the successful people?
It might not be on your radar, but
yeah, you generally the people with whom I interact on a daily basis are your normal middle class people. But every once in a while, we'll certainly interact with people who are high net worth individuals. Usually those happen in NFT spaces when you were asking about, how regularly you talk with people. I have groups that we host usually a nighttime show. We get the Andrea Society, we do karaoke and all kinds of just social interaction. Usually overnight. I usually sleep during the day. It doesn't really matter though when I get to sleep, depending on what we do. And then I also have friends who will call me on the phone and they'll watch themselves on my stream as we're having telephone calls. So any day can be different people. But yes, I do have consistent people every single day come down and say hi or whatever.
And a 9-year-old boy stabbed by a homeless man at an LA Target store last November are now suing the store. Stabbing happened when a homeless man walked into the store, grabbed a 9-inch butcher knife off a shelf and randomly stabbed the 2 victims. The lawsuit also released and watermarked security group defendants. Started says they had a long knife behind the display case. An effort to recall Kevin De Leon from the LA City Council has failed.
That's a great question. So I'm the only person who is streaming in my room. I have heard of one other person who live streams their life on Twitch, and they've been doing it for like 400 days. But that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me because even with the Twitch premium account which I've had, it only archives for 90 days. So if there's someone out there who really wants to create a time portal of what life was like I'm doing, Twitch is not the way to do it. I am generally the individual who's on camera. When it comes to any kind of shopping that I do, I get it delivered. But I do go on blogs and
Metrolinx is offering free train rides for Earth Day. That's April 22nd. Tentative app for the pass. Former President Donald Trump is pleading not guilty to 34 felony counts related to alleged
you got that right.
prior to the 2016
in this call, and I'll be doing that. At least when it comes to me streaming, I do go on walks and I do go to the store occasionally in the little market where I live. So I live stream that. It's about a 30-minute walk, and I will far north as Santa Barbara and as far south as San Diego, sort of Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Long Beach, and I live in Orange County. So basically, like exciting place where I live and what I have seen when I do go outside. I don't really get to be able to go outside as much as I'd like, simply from the fact that from a technological standpoint, it's really difficult to get it on so many angles at once. But I can answer that. My internet sucks. So it's not that crazy. When you are essentially live streaming your life, people want HD and they want 4K video and it has to be really, really interesting all the time because you're competing with TikTok and all these other things. The reason why it hasn't really taken off is because it's low quality video, but that isn't mean that it is always going to be that way. Certainly with AI in the future, any kind of video that's put online can be upgraded to 8K very easily in the future. Yeah.
Now, on a fruit credit, own a light source system for as low as $75 a month.
Rabbi, got a month.
Call Light Source at 800-803-2696.
Absolutely, I'd love to. Just one moment.
Or visit lightsourcewater.com.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my...
No, I'm a rabbi. We pray on a daily basis. We are definitely kosher, Orthodox, and much.
They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
That's correct. That's correct. So I don the fill in every morning on camera and have for more than 656 days.
Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer.
260, and that was last week.
Will unclog almost 10 drains for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions. You can read all about them on our website.
Yeah, going on Discord. Going on Discord really got people
You went up front and everything. I just had a guy named Rabbi who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here, man. Just professional plumbers who show up on time. No.
Okay. Sure. So, essentially, I don't really know how Discord works, but it's really, really complicated for some people, at least for me, because essentially you can join a Discord, that's good, but then in order to show your video, a lot of times you need experience points and nitro, or you need something, and it doesn't always tell you exactly what you need. So it took me some time, but I figured out in some of these Discords what I needed and got the right experience points, and then I turned my camera on, and people would watch, and they just watched me, and that was interesting. But then no public Discord that people have.
This ring was really clogged, backing up. Okay, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your vacuum.
Oh, yeah. You know?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Thanks for rescuing guys.
It's what a hero does.
If you have to say this, and the girl now in front of us is literally over 10.
No, it's world making people TRILLIONAIRE. Let's get it.
Exactly because I wish don't really be that one. Because today is still Thursday, this tomorrow, this tomorrow.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
But that doesn't mean it's dead. You can certainly keep it going. So that's global history. So if I'm going to have a platform to discuss anything, we'll see to me today. Essentially, we'll have a perfect or somewhat perfect view of what history looks like going back several years, using this type of data in order to model it for future generations. Additionally,
To talk to George Nori, call the wild card line at 818.
that's edited. That's all edited. So it's not real people's interaction.
501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nori. And our special guest tonight, Elvin Taylor. His book is called Questioning Spirit. spirituality. His website is linked up at coasttocoastfame.com. We'll be back.
Well, there's a lot.
Take your calls on Coast to Coast Fame. The day of sale when bonds would be out.
There are all kinds of really good cars I want to help with that.
In fact, if you have an old that's tied to a risky stock market, you can roll that over without spending in it for a long time. They've been on the program several times. This is making us a sicker version. All we desire is just the opposite.
I live in a room by myself, but I rent a room in a home with others.
Educated about the important role of supplements.
So, they just know that I'm in my room. That's essentially all they need to know.
So there's a wealth of information, marketing, nutrition packages that have already changed.
It depends. I mean, if I'm in a good Twitter space that fits with me, I'm talking. But for like 8 hours a day, I'm asleep. Exactly what day it is, exactly what time it is, and it's entertaining. So while I'm asleep, you can be listening to the radio or one of the documentaries that I have going.
And welcome back to Coast, George Doyle and right there.
Oh, I'm taking whatever a radio, an AM radio is playing.
Or a particular spiritual belief. So I was very careful to say that, but instead to demonstrate reality is a sugar-coated erotic crush, the superstition of some kind of mumbo-jumbo. A Santa Claus analogy.
Well, I mean, you're watching someone live their life on a daily basis. That may not be interesting to you right now, or to me. I can't go back and watch it through all this there, but
the beta reader of the book, a biologist, wrote me a letter endorsing the book, and essentially said, I feel that I could liberate it. That I actually now.
Oh boy, that's a good question. Because I only have one person, I don't know, maybe like a rabbi. I want to know how Rabbi Akiva lived his life in the first century.
The book is really about disproving in spirituality that you are superstitious for 100 years living in the past, that elite folk just know better. This proves that is what the point
The thing. So today's billionaire, or tomorrow's trillionaire. What are
the whole notion of genetic predispositions and so once you've done that, if you put that on solid footing, so what it really is, not the metaphors I've used, and you back away and you look at now what evidence is if there might be something else. Well, then you get in this area I call white crows of the William James. What's a white crow? A white crow, to me, is something you could not explain with science. I indicated in the beginning of this show that my early life experience, I had an experience that
currently it may not be, but with AI in the future, it very much will be. These are time capsules that we have.
So I took my intellect, whatever that word, and decided I was going to tackle religion. And for a while I did do that, and I enjoyed it. So I'm not saying that with any pride. I'm just saying that that's where I was. And that's the time when I was teleportation. I got no explanation for what it was. The driver's side of the car wasn't 2 feet high. They had to cut her out of the car. Horses.
Absolutely, I'd love to do music, and if possible, I'd play some too after I hear some.
20, 30 minutes.
Currently you will. But even from what we've seen in the advancements in YouTube in the last...
Try to stop me,
yes.
Police there, etc. Until I realize I'm the driver.
Correct.
And, this is a documented instance. I testified in the court about it because Connie, the woman that was with you, okay? Couldn't alarm and couldn't give you any kind of a sufficient advance. And so, all of this is documented.
You'll condense it into 3 minutes. You'll be able to see everything that it is.
Absolutely guaranteed. Hi, George. You're always living out of the airways. God bless you. Thank you, sir. Eldon, you are right. And my higher power is of my Lord God, the God of Abraham. paper and pocket material. And the thing is, I work with him in the spirit of prayer and supplication. And that's years ago when I was working in the coal mine. I had no faith. But when that faith kicked in and I started reading the Word, which is to me, the Word is not religion. The Word was with God, and the Word is God. What kicked it in? The New Testament, it's just, oh my gosh, the faith, that's a key. Faith in God. Don't look at things of the world. You ask you that, am I comfortable living with an if John got there by reading the Bible, and it worked for him, it motivated. I'm not going to say one's better than the other because that's not who I am or what I do. The bottom line to me is if you believe in that higher power, let's go next to Tom in Tewksbury, Massachusetts, on the wild card line. Hey, Tom. Hi. I'd like to say that those who believe in spirit guides, occult, and ghosts as a higher power are wrong because of what the Bible says in Deuteronomy chapter 18:21. A word to the wise is sufficient. Paraphrase it for us. Well, it says don't contact spirit, ghosts, or the occult. What do you think of that, Elder? Seems to be a bad spot. That's I am. Word of God. I just simply do not, and I cannot, and do so good to do that. Much of it is historical. I understand why the book of Leviticus is unclean and can't enter the temple for 7 days metaphor. This is part of what the Old Testament is all in order to really make sense out of a lot of that script. So I'm not going to take it literally. That's the best I can do for you, Tom. If something frightens you, and take it out of the Bible and let the Spirit of God work. Hey, Reverend, I've been going to one of his sermons. By the way, In God We Trust was actually a motto of our founding fathers. That's something was conceived and placed on our money and other places. Back in the 50s, the 60s, during the Cold War, when we were looking at a godless enemy. Alvin, I love the way you say it. I always have. Because I don't have any permission, but I think his speaking to me, and you and I both read Hofstadter's book, Unexplained Truth, and you're Hofstadter, you think through life, the consciousness comes about as a result of kindness. As soon as you see when you meet, separate from someone else, we begin moving to think of ourselves as separate. And within that situation of seeing ourselves as separate, that we begin to develop consciousness of who we are, the conscious that other people may see things differently than we do. That differentiation, the Hofstadter, is how we get consciousness. Well,
back in 19, Worcester-style knife off a shelf and randomly lawsuit also against Brookfield Properties and Watermark Security Group is pending. Target says they now lock knives behind a display case. A 25-year-old TikTok has over 60,000 followers and 3 million likes on her TikTok account. And former Sunny Today with highs in the mid-upper 60s. Right now it's 48 in Cyprus, Costa Mesa is 49, 41 for San Bernardino, and 45 in Woodland Hills. With a local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm
Freeway closure to the 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview Road, always today. Shut down for road work until 5. And in Linwood, we have good news. Earlier, assault car that's up on the 105 eastbound at Garfield Avenue has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area.